Welcome everyone. Good Yantif. We're going to begin our services on page 47 with Baruch Shamar. I invite you to rise in any way you're able.
continue on page 60 with Ashrei.
Page 63.
63.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, bekocho, hallelujah, kiaozo, hallelujah, bigburata, hallelujah, kirov gudlo, hallelujah, tekach shofar, hallelujah, nelo lechinor, hallelujah, tofu machol, hallelujah, minim be'ugav, hallelujah, tzitzilei shama, hallelujah, tzitzilei tshuva, kol hashama hallelujah, hallelujah, kol hashama hallelujah. Page 67. Nishmat kol chai, tivarech et shimcha Adonai Eloheinu. Yilufinu male shira kayam ushunenu min adamon gayam. Ein אנחנו מספיקים לעבוד אחריי מצרים גאותנו בית אביב גאותנו כל עצמותיי תאמרנה אדוני מחמוך מצר אני מחזקנו. We're on the top of page 69.
נאל בתעצומות עוזך, הגדול בכבוד שמך, הגיבור לנצח, והנורא בנוריותיך. עד מרום דקדוש שמו וכתוב רוננו צדיקים באדוני וישרים נבטלה בפי ישרים תתרומם ובדברי צדיקים תתברך נפשון חסידים תתקדש ובקרב קדושים תתהלל ומקלות רבבות עמך בית ישראל שכן חובת כל היצורים לפניך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו להודות להלל לשבח לפואר לרמם להדר לברך להלל ולקלש על כל דברי שירות ותשבחות דוד בן ישי עבדך משיחך.
Please rise, bottom of 69.
ישתבח שמך לעד מלכנו, האל המלך הגדול והקדוש בשמיים ובארץ. ברכות והודאות Meta b'yad olam baruch ata Adonai El melech gadol batishbachot El haodot Adon haniflaot Abocher b'shirei zimra Melech el chei העולמים.
אמן.
ממעמקים קראתי חיה. אדוני שמע בקולי תהיינה אוזניך, קשובות בקול תחנוני. אם עוון לא תשמור יה, אדוני יעמוד. אם חסליך למען תברא, קיוויתי אדוני קיוותה נפשי, ולדברו אוכלתי נפשי לאדוני, נשומרים לבוקר. שומרים לבוקר, יחל ישראל אל אדוני, עם אדוני החסד, והרבה מופתו, והוא יפדה את ישראל מכל עוונותיו.
Gamar Tov, Good Yantif. You may have a seat for a few moments. And welcome to our Yom Kippur morning services here at IKAR. So wonderful to be with you all in person, those of you who are joining us from all over the world as we pray together on this holy day in our calendar. So I have to tell you, I have distinct memories of myself as a kid on Yom Kippur. And even though I did not know I would study to be a rabbi one day, I took the liturgy very seriously, and I was very hard on myself. I remember reading the vidui, or confession out loud, as we did in English in my community growing up. And I remember certain lines feeling such guilt. I gossiped so much last year. I said to myself, next year I'm going to do it better. I was rude to my parents. I was so selfish. I was just so overwhelmed as I read this vidui. And I told myself, from this moment, I will be better. And yet, when I returned to Yom Kippur the next year, I remember feeling guilt again because I still did all of these things. I didn't feel like I had changed. And then later, my cynical high school self, I stopped committing to making any changes at all. I said, I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to give up and ignore what we're reading here. But I wish I had learned a teaching that I came across last week by Rav Shagar, a neo-Hasidic Israeli rabbi who passed away a few years ago. Rav Shagar teaches that the key to tshuva, or returning, is the power of the word maybe, or the Hebrew word ulai. He taught that faith is about opening ourselves up to the maybe of change. The act of ulai, maybe, first creates a sense of humility in us. Humility reminds us that change is hard and challenging, and we can't be too arrogant in our pledges on Yom Kippur. And also maybe offers us hope. Hope that change is possible, and hope keeps the cynic inside of us quiet. Rav Shagar teaches that the power of maybe can liberate us to the experience of letting God into our daily life through the humble and hopeful way we take on a challenge like changing ourselves. So as we pray today, I invite you to let in the maybe. Instead of believing it's not possible to change, as I did as a cynical teenager, or instead of believing that this is easy, can you open yourself up to ulai, maybe? With the space that ulai, maybe, creates, may you have the strength and hope to return to who you want to be in the new year, and the work starts here together. I invite you to rise. We're on page 70 at the bottom.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבו תירדדדדדה והמליך מלכותי בחייתון וביום איתון וחיי דכל בית ישראל ay 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 ay
Vagalam ubizman karim Amen Shmei Rabba Mevorah Ne'olam Le'omaya
Yitbarach ve'yishtabach Yitbar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh da-da-da-da-da Ve'yitadar ve'yitalem V'yitalal Shmei Dekutcha Berichu Ve'yela Ve'yela Ninkol Birchata V'shirata Ay 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 ay
U'shmechata
Page 71, we turn to face east.
Baruchu et Adonai Amonai
Baruch Adonai HaMevorach Le'olam
Baruch Adonai HaMevorach Le'olam Moed Baruch Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam הפותח לנו שערי רחמים ומאיר עיני חכמים שמחו יוצר אור ובורא חושך עושה שלום ובורא את הכל אור עולם מאוצר חיים אור אדני עופר אמר חיים
Yeah.
מעשה ידיך ועל מעורר שעשית יפרוך הסלע.
You can take a seat. We continue on page 75 with the blessings leading to the Shema.
תתברך צורנו מלכנו וגואלנו בורא קדושים משתבח שמשך אדנותינו. כולם כחדונים ואומרים ברק קדוש 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 כבודו והאופנים וחיות הקודש ברש גדול מתנסים עם השרפים ויומתם משבחים ואומרים
ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו
ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו לעיל ברוך נמותיתנו נור חדש על ציון תאיר ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו נור חדש על ציון תאיר ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו וקרבתנו לשמך גדול, סלע באמת להודות לך וליחדך ביבה. ברוך אתה אדוני הבוחר בעמו ישראל ביבה.
שמע
Neyim jamot ishmul mitzvotai. Yemei hamayim al haaretz vayomer Adonai Moshe lemor. Adonai Elohechem
So I'm going to conduct a little impromptu poll right now, and you can decide if you'd like to participate or not. Okay, so raise your hand if you consider yourself to be just a bit of a perfectionist. Okay, now raise your hand if being a bit of a perfectionist made it a little bit harder for you to raise your hand. There we go. There's the honesty. Okay, so I have great news. Okay, unlike the speeches and emails that we so carefully compose, the tweets and posts that are carefully curated, in prayer, our rough draft is our best draft. Okay, let me say that again. In prayer, our rough draft is our best draft. The ums and the pauses, the tangents, the oh, by the ways, and especially those parts that we deleted because we're scared about how they'll be perceived or it's too scary to put them out into the world. That's what makes prayer real and different from so much else. It's the ability to celebrate, to live in the rough draft. All right, so these next few minutes of quiet, they're yours. They're an invitation into that rough draft mode of being, where you get to say whatever you need to say, unpolished, unedited, raw, and real. Right? Is there a feeling you want to give words to? A hope, a fear, or a need? Maybe just whisper it loud enough so that your heart and your ears can listen. And can you acknowledge whatever it is, because that's where you are right now. Please rise for the Micha Mocha, page 80.
213.
Page 213.
Shemot Tzevaot, Tzevaot, Shemot, Shemot. Shemot Tzevaot, Shemot, 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 Tzevaot, Shemot, Aleinu Adonai Tzevaot, Shemot. Aleinu Adonai Tzevaot, Shemot. Yisrael, Kuma Bezrat Yisrael, Ufdeichinu Mecha Yuda Yisrael, Goleinu Alai Tzot Shemo, Kedosh Yisrael, Baruch Atah Adonai. God. השתחווה לדרה, השתחווה לדרה,
We turn to 252 for the repetition of the Amidah.
Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Abraham Elohei Sarah Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Rivka Elohei Yaakov Elohei Leah Elohei Rachel הגדול, הגיבור והנורא, אל אביון. גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו יסוד חכמים ונבונים ומלמד דעת מבינים הפתח חופי בתפילה ובתחנונים לכלות ולכונן פני מלך מלא רחמים אוכל וסולח לעוונים זוכרנו לחיים ולחפש בחיים לכותבנו בספר החיים לכותבנו בספר החיים למען האלוהים חיים מלך עוזר מושיע ומגן ברוך אתה אדוני מגן אברהם אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני מחיה מתים אתה רב להושיע מוריד אתה מכלכל חיים בחסד מחיה מתים ברחמים רבים צומח נופלים ברפי חולים ומתיר אסורים ומקיים אמונתו אתה אדוני מחיי המתים. ימלוך אדוני לעולם לא הציון לדור ודור, הללויה. ואתה קדוש יושב תהילות ישראל. אל נא תאו אלוהינו בשמיים ובארץ, גיבוי בנערס תגל מרווה, בהוסח ויהי, וציווה ונברא וזכרו לנצח חי עולם, עם טיור עיניים, יושב סתר, כתר ישוע, לבוש הצדקה, מטהו קינה נפת דקמה, סתרו יושר עצתו אמונה, פעולתו אמת, צדיק וישר, קרוב לקורב אמת, רם ומתנשא, שוכן שחקים, כל הארץ על בלימה, חי וקיים ונורא, ומרום וקדוש.
We go to 256 for Lael Orech Din.
וכן לך כל יכתירו לאל עורך דין, בבוכן לבבות ביום הדין, לכל עמוקות בדין, לדובר מישרים ביום הדין, ליוגי ציון לבטיק ויוסי חסד ביום דין, לזוכר בריתו בדין, לחומל מסע ביום דין, לטהר חוסר מחשבות ביום דין, לחובש חסון בדין, לנכון ביום דין, למוכר לבנות בדין, ליוצא ונידו
Kedusha's on page 257.
נו וכן לך תלה קדושה כי אתה אלוהינו מלך מוחל וסולח נריצך ונקדישך כסוציח שר בקודש המקדישים שמך בקודש ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא זה אל זה ואמר
קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות, מלך הארץ גיבור.
קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות, מלוך כל הארץ כבודו. כבודו מלא עולם משרתיו, שואלים זה לזה, איה מקום כבודו. לעומתם ברוך יומנו.
ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו.
ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. ממקומו יפן ברחמים לכל העם יחד עם שמו, ערב ובוקר בכל יום תמיד, פעמיים ביעבה שמע אומרים.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד.
ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. אלוהינו אבינו מלכנו מושיענו, והוא ישביר ברחמיו שנית לעיני כל חי להיות לכם לאלוהים.
אני אדוני אלוהיכם.
אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אדיר אדירנו, אדוני אדוננו, מדיר שמך בכל הארץ, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ. ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור,
ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהי ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה.
לדור ודור נגיד גדלך,
לנצח נצחים קדושך נקדיש, לדור ודור נגיד גדלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושך נקדיש, לשבחך אלוהינו מפינו, לא ימוש לעולם ועד, תהיה מלך גדול וקדוש.
חמול על מעשיך ותשמח במעשיך, ויאמרו לך חוסך בצדקך עמוסך, תוקדש אדון על כל מעשיך, כי מקדישך בקדושתך קידשת. וכן תן פחדך אדוני אלוהינו על כל מעשיך, ומתך על כל מה שבראת, ויראוך כל המעשים, וישתחו לפניך כל הברואים, ויעשו כולם אגודה אחת, לעשות רצונך בלב אבשלם, כמו שידענו אדוני אלוהינו שהשלטון לפניך, עוז בידיך, וגבורה בימינך, ושמך נורא על כל מה שבראת. תן כבוד אדוני לימיך, תהילה ליראיך, ותקווה לדורשך, ופתחון פה למייחלים לך, שמחה לארצך, וששון לעירך, צמיחה קרן לדוד, אוי לדוד עובדך, שמחה ולך, וששון לעירך, אוי לדוד עובדך. משיחך נמרה בימינו ובכן צדיקים נראו בשמחו וישרים יעלוזו וחסידים ברינה יגילו ועולת תקפות פיה וכל הרשע כולה כי עשן תכלה כי תעביר ממשלת זדון מן אתה אדוני לבדיך על כל מעשיך בהר ציון משכן כבודיך ובירושלים עיר קודשך ככתוב בדברי קודשך ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור הללויה קדוש אתה ונורא שמך ויהן אלוה מבלעדיך ככתוב ויקבע אדוני את חוטבם משפט והאל הקדוש נקדש בצדקה ברוך אתה אדוני המלך הקדוש בחרתנו מכל העמים אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו ורוממתנו מכל הלשונות קידשתנו במצוותיך וקרבתנו מלכנו לעבודתך ושמך גדול וקדוש עלינו קראת ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו לאהבה את יום הכיפורים הזה למחילה וסליחה לכפרת לכבוד כל עוונותינו מקרא קודש זכר ליציאת מצרים אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו יעלה ויבוא ויגיע ויראה ורצה וישמע ויפקד ויזכר זיכרון פיקדוננו וזיכרון אבותינו וזיכרון משיח בן דוד עבדך וזיכרון ירושלים עיר קודשך וזיכרון כל עמך בית ישראל לפניך נפלאת לטוב ולכן לחסד ורחמים לחיים ולשלום ביום הכיפורים הזה זוכרנו אדוני אלוהינו בו לטובה אמן ובקדנו בו לברכה אמן בו לחיים אמן ובדבר ישועה ורחמים חוס וחוננו ורחם עלינו ויושיענו כי אליך עינינו כי אל מלכנו לרחמנו.
Page 262. Please rise as the ark is open for Shema Kolenu.
Shema Kolenu Adonai Eloheinu ורחם עלינו וקבל ברחמים וברצון את תפילתנו. השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה חדש ימינו כקדם.
ואין לנו ילכם ונשבו חדש ממנו ככן.
אל תשליכנו מפניך ברוח קודשך, אל תיקח ממנו.
אל תשליכנו מפניך ברוח קודשך,
אל תשליכנו לעת זקנה, ככלות כוחנו, אל תעזבנו.
אל תשליכנו וזכור לכל כוחך, ואל תעצבנו.
אל תעזבנו אל אלוהינו, אל תרחק ממנו, עשנו אות בתורה. אתה תענה אדוני אלוהינו, אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, אל תעזבנו ואל תיטשנו, ואל תאכל עמנו, ואל תפר בתך איתנו, וקרבנו תורתך, למדנו מצוותיך, הורנו דרכיך, את ליבנו ליראה את שמך, ומול את לבבנו לאהבתך, ונשוב אליך בעמך ובכל לבב שלם. ולמען שמך גדול, תמחל ותסלח לעווננו, ככתוב בדברי קודשך, למען שמך אדוני, וסלחת לעווני, ירבו. אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, סלח לנו, מחל לנו, כפר לנו, עייננו עמך, ואתה אלוהינו, אנו עמך, ואתה אדונינו, אנו עבדך, ואתה אדונינו, אנו גברך, ואתה חלקנו, אנו נחלך, ואתה גורלנו, אנו צונך, ואתה רוענו, אנו כפרך, ואתה נותרנו, אנו פעולתך, ואתה יוצרנו, אנו רעיתך, ואתה דודנו, אנו סגולתך, ואתה קרובנו, אנו עמך, ואתה מגנו, אנו עמך, ואתה מגנו,
I'm going to pause for a moment before we go into the vidui. It's our first of many viduis that we'll do today. Of course, we did one silently and out loud last night as well. I read something earlier this year about a museum in Sweden that's called the Museum of Failure. Has anyone been there? Have you visited this place? They feature apparently hundreds of failed products. It's mostly technology-related failures, like the Nike Magneto, which was invented in the mid-90s, and it's so mid-90s. They're these futuristic sunglasses that don't go over your ears, and the only catch is that in order to wear them, you have to glue magnets to your face, which is scarily similar to an invention that my nephew Yona came up with a few years later, not knowing. I wouldn't invest in the prototype. It didn't work. But the point of the museum is not to make fun of these ideas, but actually to show that good ideas grow out of bad ideas, and that change requires risk, and that failure can lead to growth. So we're going to stand here a lot today, and we're going to hit our chest with a closed fist each time we say any one of the things that either we or anyone in this room or anyone in our broader community definitely did wrong over the course of the past year. And if you don't see yourself in any of these things, it just means you're not looking deeply enough and not being honest enough. And that's also part of the reason we're fasting. We're going to wear down the defenses. So by the time we do this in the late afternoon, you're like, oh yeah, I can see it now. But part of it's not to hurt ourselves. It's to recognize that growth comes from failure, that the mistakes that we made could leave us feeling shame and embarrassment and guilt and grief for the rest of our lives, or they can help us grow into the people that we're actually intended to become. And I know that a lot of you come here, a lot of us come here every year and we're like, okay, I've got some forgiveness stuff I need to work on. I have to ask forgiveness. I have to be able to grant forgiveness. And we end up turning against ourselves because we think, like, how could I have let myself be in that kind of relationship? How could I have let myself make that kind of mistake? And I just want to invite us as we're doing this to go soft on the heart. Those failures are helping us become who we are and helping us become who we can be. So I invite us to a kind of tender-hearted opening of the heart as we begin this morning. Our vidui is on the bottom of page 263.
נענו הזפנים ואתה רחום וחנון, אנו כשיורף ואתה ערך אפיים, אנו מלא עוון ואתה מלא רחמים, אנו ימינו כצל עובר, ואתה ושנותיך לא ייתמו. אלוהינו ולאבותינו תבוא לפניך, תפילתנו ואל תתעלם מתחינתנו, שאין אנחנו הזייפנים וקשי עורף לומר לפניך, אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו, אבל אנחנו חטאנו. איי 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 אשמנו בגדנו גזלנו דיברנו דופי איי 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 משפטך טובים ולא שווה לנו, ואתה צדיק על כל הבא עלינו, כי אמת עשית ואנחנו הרשענו.
Go down to bet on the bottom of 264.
אלוהינו לאבותינו, סלח ומחל עוונותינו ביום הכיפורים הזה, מחר בפשענו וחטאותינו מנגד עיניך, בחופץ תפילו להשתעבד לך, והחנה עורפנו לשוב אליך, וחדש כליותינו לשמור פקודתך. ומולד לבבינו לעבל יראת שמך, ככתוב בתורתך, ומד אדוני אלוהיך את לבבך ואת לבב אבזריך, לאהבת אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך, למען חייך.
Page 266. Okay.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביונצו ורצון, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך באימוץ הלב. על חטא שחטאנו לבניך ביצר הרע, ועל חטא שחטאנו לבניך ביודעים ולא יודעים, לעם כולם אלוהי סליחו, סלח לנו וחלמנו כפר לנו. אחרי שחטאנו לבניך בחבת שוחד. על חטא שחטאנו לבניך בעיניים רמות, ועל חטא שחטאנו לבניך בעזות מצח, לעם כולם אלוהי סליחו, סלח לנו וחלמנו כפר לנו. על חטא שחטאנו לבניך בדחיקתו, ועל חטא שחטאנו לבניך בפלילות. על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתשומת יד, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתימהון לבב, לעם כולם אלוהי סליחו, סלח לנו וחלמנו כפר לנו, ועל כולם אלוהי סליחו, סלח לנו וחלמנו, סלח לנו וחלמנו כפר לנו.
Turn to the middle of 268. Elohim.
אלוהינו, אלוהי אבותינו, מחל עוונותינו ביום הכיפורים, אז מחבר בפשענו וחטאותינו מנגד עיניך, כאמור אנוכי ומוחשך למעני, וחטאותיך לא אזכור, ונאמר מחיתיך על פשעיך, וחנן חטאותיך שובה אלי כי גילתיך, ונאמר כי ביום הזה יכפר עליכם לטהר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם לפני אדוני. יתארו אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו קודשנו בזכותך ותחלקנו בתורתך, שבענו מטובך ושמחנו בישועתך, לטהר ליבנו לעובדך באמת. כי אתה סלחן לישראל ומחלן שבטי ישורון בכל דור ודור, ומבלעדיך אין מלך מוכר בסלח אלי אתה. ברוך אתה אדוני מלך מוכר בסלח לעוונותינו ולעוונות עמו ישראל, ומעביר אשמותינו בכל שנה לשנה. מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל, איי 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 מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל, איי 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 מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל, איי 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 מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל, על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל ביום הכיפורים. רצה אדוני אלוהינו בעמך ישראל בתפילתם בשבט עבודה לדבר ביתך, ותפילתם באהבה תקבל ברצון, ותהי לרצון תמיד עבודת ישראל עמך ותחזינה עיני בשולחן ציון ברחמים ברוך אתה אדוני מחזיר שכינתו לציון
מודים אנחנו
You can have a seat if you'd like. We're in the middle of 269.
הטוב כי לא חל רחמך ומרחם כי לא תמו חסדיך לעולם קיווינו לך ועל כולם נתברך בתרומם שמך מלכנו תמיד לעולם דואר אבינו מלכנו זכור רחמך וכבוש כעסך וכלי דבר וחרב הרעב ושביל משחית ועוונו שמעדו מגפה ופגע בכל מחלה בכל תקלה בכל קטטה בכל מיני פורענויות בכל גזירה רעה בשנאת חינם מעלינו מעל כל בני בריתך נכתוב לחיים טובים כל בני בריתך בכל החיים נוחסלה ויהללו את שמך באמת האל ישועתנו ועזרתנו סלע ברוך אתה אדוני הטוב שמך ולכון אוהלי אותו אלוהינו לאבותינו ברכנו בברכה המשולשת בתורה הכתובה על ידי משה עבדך אמורה מפי אהרון ובניו כהנים עם קדושך כאמור יברכך אדוני ישמרך שלום טוב וברכה בעולם, כן וחסד ורחמים עלינו, ועל כל ישראל עמך, ועל כל ישראל עמך, מלכנו עלינו, כולנו יחד, מלכנו עלינו, כולנו ביחד עליך, כי ביד פניך נתת לנו, אדוני
בחיים ושלום
Oseh HaShalom.
Amen.
One thing that we can generally agree on in Judaism is that we don't actually know anything about God. We have ideas, sure, stories, words, but we don't know. There are no images of God. We don't know how to pronounce the 4-letter name of God in the Torah. We imagine God all sorts of ways, maybe in a tree or an ocean, a wise old person giving counsel, maybe a still small voice in ourselves, or the divinity we feel in connecting with another person. Maybe a higher power that feels tangible and present and real and true. Maybe a harsh judge. Maybe a warrior. Maybe a friend. Maybe in the sunset. Of all these, there are also 2 other categories we see sometimes. God as close and personal and present and attuned to our every need, and God as aloof, hard to access, higher than us somehow, authoritative. And that is what Avinu Malkeinu is reminding us. Avinu, our parent, Malkeinu, our sovereign, our ruler. 2 faces of God. God as close, accessible, knowing us intimately, raising us, guiding us, and then God as removed, awe-inspiring, complicated, authoritative, omnipotent somehow. Both of these are ways to try to understand God, to try to appeal to different facets of God's being, because we don't always know. What face of God do you need today? What face of God do you need to call in? Maybe it's not Avinu, and maybe it's not Malkeinu, but it's something else. Maybe it's the sunset or the still small voice or the wise counsel or the warrior or the humanity. Whatever it is, it's time to call it in. Avinu Malkeinu is on page 271.
Avinu Malkeinu chataanu lefanecha. Avinu Malkeinu ren lanu melech elayata. Avinu Malkeinu aseh imanu leman shemecha. Avinu Malkeinu chadesh aleinu shana tova. Avinu Malkeinu achazirenu b'tshuva shlema lefanecha. Avinu Malkeinu shlach refuah shlema lechol amecha. Avinu Malkeinu zochrenu b'zikaron tov lefanecha. Avinu Malkeinu kotbenu b'sefer chaim tovim. Avinu Malkeinu kotbenu b'sefer geula v'yeshua. Avinu Malkeinu kotbenu b'sefer parnasa v'chalkala. Avinu Malkeinu kotbenu b'sefer zechuyot. Avinu Malkeinu kotbenu b'sefer selicha u'mechila. Avinu Malkeinu azmach lanu yeshua v'karnu. Malkeinu arim keren Yisrael amecha. Avinu Malkeinu aseh leman v'yeshu b'mayim al kiddush shemecha. Avinu Malkeinu aseh leman chayim u'lemanei.
close the ark. We're going to turn now to page 46 for Kaddish Yatom. I want to invite anybody who's grieving the death of a loved one, if you're still in the grieving period now, or if you're marking the anniversary of a loss, a yard site, or if just being here in this room on this day is evoking the memory of a loved one that you're holding close right now, and you want to keep that closeness, I want to invite you to join us too for Kaddish Yatom, page 46. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah.
Amen.
Bialma divra kirutei v'yamlich malchutei. B'chayechon uvyamechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael. Ba'agala uvizman kariv v'imru. Amen. Yehei shmei Rabbah mevorach le'olam omeomaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh. V'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei dekudsha brichu. Le'ela le'ela mikol birchata v'shirata. Tush b'chata v'nechemata. Da'amiran ba'alma v'imru. Amen. Yehei shlama Rabbah min shemaya. V'chayim alinu v'al Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Oseh shalom b'mromav. Hu ya'aseh shalom. Aleinu v'al Yisrael v'imru. Amen. We're going to turn now to our Torah service. Good morning, everybody. And as our room is starting to fill up, a couple of things I want to remind you of. First of all, if there's seats nearby, if you can just raise your hands so that our team can see, so that we know. And if you see people poking their head in and looking for a spot, maybe give them a little heads up. Folks under B'nai Mitzvah age would love for you to sit on your parents' lap so that we can have as many seats for grown-ups in the room as we possibly can. And also, we have a tent full of song outside, and so if you feel like you need a little break from the mask and break from the air conditioning and want to go sit outside for a few minutes, we would love for you to do that, and then when you come back in, you'll find your way again. So we're going to turn now to the Torah service, page 274.
אין כמוך באלוהים אדוני ואין כמעשיך מלכותך מלכות כל עמים וממשלתך בכל דור ודור אדוני מלך אדוני מלך אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד אדוני עוז לעמו ייתן אדוני יברך את עמו בשלום רחמים כתיב רצונך את ציון תבנה חומות ירושלים כי בך לבך פתחנו נלך אברהם בניסן אדון עולמי
Can you hear me? There we go. Unlike the narrative-driven Torah readings on Rosh Hashanah, today's Torah reading describes the details of ritual. Instead of passages which focus on complex characters and family dynamics, we are catapulted into the ancient past where goats are sacrificed, blood is sprinkled on the altar, and a man known as the high priest is directing the action. It's tough reading, right? In part because ritual is meant to be seen, it's meant to be experienced. It's very hard to capture through written description. But the ideas, okay, although they originate in a very different world than our own, they are timely and worth paying attention to. So here's the premise of our Torah reading. Our transgressions impact everything around us, both people and place. The structures we build, the gathering spaces we depend on, are in need of cleansing. In the Torah, it's the very spaces that are meant to draw the community together in service of God, the tabernacle, the altar, the ark, the Holy of Holies, which becomes stained over the course of the year with the residue of our mistakes. A place, the Torah is teaching, can no longer be safe or sacred if it's saddled with our wrongdoing. I think about the spaces we've built over generations in this country and city, and how our collective wrongdoing has compromised their integrity. Neighborhoods here in LA, whose air is blackened, whose water is unsafe, whose children are sick due to their proximity to oil drilling sites. Neighborhoods where the presence or absence of a grocery store tells you everything you need to know about who lives there and who doesn't. Schools and houses of worship, once the safest places to be, now too often sites of tragedy. Racism, environmental degradation, and America's sick obsession with guns have stained the walls, cracked the foundation of this shared project, and we are in danger of collapse. How do you make a contaminated space safe again? How do you cleanse it of all the accumulated wrongdoing? And what needs to be sent away like the goat to Azazel, banished because it has no place in our midst? These are the questions the Torah is raising and trying to answer through the high priest's ritual on Yom Kippur. And we need a ritual for our time. I think it would begin like the high priest did with identifying every space that's been stained by our wrongdoing. We look at our homes, cities, communities, and country, giving language to what is shamefully growing, what is festering on our walls. We need to start a collective conversation, priests and people gathered as one, about what can be cleansed and what needs to be torn down and rebuilt, what can be repaired and what needs to be irreversibly banished. A national holy day of decontamination. And then, crucially, we'd have to dedicate ourselves through real teshuvah, restitution, repair, and new design to fashioning communal spaces where everyone is safe and everyone is seen, where everyone's prayers are heard, where the Holy of Holies can be holy again. We turn to the Torah reading found on page 278.
ויעזור ויגים ושולח כל החוסים בו ונאמר אמן. הכל ובגדל עלינו לכבוד לתורה נא לעמוד. We call our Minyan Tzedek leadership up for our first Aliyah today. L'Aliyah Rishona, Baruch Shenatan Torah Le'emo Yisrael B'kedushato, V'atamad Vikim B'Adonai Elohechem, Chaim Kulchem Hayom. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bahar banu mikol ha'alim, v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen.
וידבר אדוני אל משה אחרי מות שני בני אהרון בקרבתם לפני אדוני וימותו. ויאמר אדוני אל משה דבר אל אהרון אחיך ואל יבוא בכל עת אל הקודש מבית לפרוכת אל פני הכפורת אשר על אהרון ולא ימות כי בענן יראה על הכפורת בזאת יבוא אהרון אל הקודש בפר בן בקר לחטאת ואיילה עולה כתונת בת קודש ובש ומכנסי בד יהיו על בשרו ובבנית בד יחקור ומצנפת בד יצנוף בגדי קודש הם ורחץ במים את בשרו ולבשם ומעד עדת בני ישראל ייקח שני סירי עזים לחטאת ואיל אחד לעולה והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו וכיפר בעדו ועד ביתו.
I want to call up the IKAR staff to come have an honor this morning, our second Aliyah. We're reading from the book of Leviticus, chapter 16, and we're on page 279. Before we transition to the second Aliyah, this is our Minyan Tzedek leadership, as I said, when we called you up. I want to thank and bless Adam Weissman, Elisa Rich, Steve Burns, Lisa Friedman, Brianna Shepard, Kathy Ewell, Lorelei Laird, Pam Jacobson, Haley Broder, Paula Kaplan, Sophia Sharon, Sarah Kay, Tony Gittleson, Marty Longvine, Andrea Gorodi, and Stacy Seinberger. These are some of the folks who are deep in the trenches every day, doing the work that our community is so deeply committed to, working with our incredible Director of Community Organizing, Brooke Wirtschafter, who I hope you'll see in a moment when we honor the staff. And I just want to share a couple of the incredible accomplishments that this group and the many, many volunteers who have participated, thanks to your incredible leadership, have achieved over the last year. We, IKAR, wrote and passed our first state law. This is AB 2244, which incentivizes faith communities to build affordable housing by reducing the requirements to build parking spaces in the buildings that also build housing. And we think that this is an incredible effort and a great way to really bring the faith communities into a response to the housing crisis, and we're very excited and grateful for that. We also advocated for and helped pass state legislation that would build more affordable housing in LA County and across the state, and which will end the practice of drilling oil and gas wells next to people's homes. So this is Torah leading to action. We led Jewish climate activists to call on our members of Congress to pass climate legislation that's bold enough to meet the crisis that we have created and now must address. And next week, we're going to be releasing a new podcast called Home, in which we share stories of IKAR members and how the housing crisis has affected us personally, people in our own community, and how desperately we need affordable housing in this city and in this state so that we can mobilize our community to take real action. So I thank you with everything I have. This is the only, we could stand up here and preach our hearts out every Shabbos, and it would mean nothing if community members didn't pick up the torch and actually do the hard work every day of trying to work with our political leaders and trying to work with the rest of the community and knock on doors and send postcards and make phone calls and show up in the streets. And I'm deeply, immensely grateful to all of you and wish you a Shana Tova. May it be a year of health and strength for all of you. Would love for maybe one of you can stay up here and the rest can go down so that our team can come up for the second Aliyah. Our second Aliyah, again, we're at chapter 16, verse 7. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu haTorah.
אמן. ולקח את שני אסירים והעמיד אותם לפני אדוני פתח ומועד. ונתן אהרון על שני אסירים גורלות, גורל אחד לאדוני וגורל אחד לעזאזל. והקריב אהרון את השעיר אשר עלה עליו, הגורל לאדוני ועשהו חטאת. והשעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לעזאזל יעמוד חי לפני אדוני לכפר עליו, לשלח אותו לעזאזל המדברה. והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו, וכיפר בעדו ועד ביתו, ושחט את פר החטאת אשר לו.
Amen. Alamod movilei chesed l'aliyah hashlishit. Before we go to the third aliyah, wait, don't leave yet. We wanted to thank and to recognize and to affirm and to honor and to bless our staff in this moment, on this, the holiest day of the year. And our half of our staff is outside and doing the work of making sure that people are in the right places and safe. And so this is on behalf of everybody who's here and everybody who's not here. And I want to share with you a quote that Abraham Joshua Heschel shares in an article called To Save a Soul. And he says, every human being is uniquely graced with the ability to search the soul and reflect, for what purpose am I alive? Does my life have a meaning, a reason? Is there any need for my existence? And I know that in some way, part of each of our purposes is to do exactly what we're doing now. You might feel like your day job, doesn't fulfill your whole purpose. It's not everything that you were put in the world to do, but you have to recognize that what you do, the endless hours of love and devotion, of care, of sensitivity, of dedication, actually is the very backbone, as Marcelo said last night, of our community. And so I thank you. I thank you for using your gifts and your talents, each of you talented in different ways, to step forward in this community, in this moment, in this way. And I really ask God to protect you and to protect your loved ones, your families, to keep you healthy and safe, to keep you hopeful, to keep you connected, to give you moments of levity and relief and connection to one another and to our community, and to continue to let you see beauty everywhere in this world that is so broken but is also so beautiful. I'm deeply grateful to each and every one of you. I thank you. I want to give just a special word of thanks to Melissa, who is, again, the backbone of the backbone. And Melissa's had a hard year, a year of loss and personal grief. And even in the midst of it all, continues to hold our staff and our entire community with grace and with love. And I thank you, my partner, my soul sister, my co-conspirator. I thank you for holding all of us. Okay, and now we're going to ask maybe one of you to stay up here, and we'll turn to the third Aliyah. We'll invite up our Chesed leadership. We're in the bottom of 279. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Melakach milahamachta gachalesh me'al hamizbeach milifnei Adonai umelo chofnav ketoret samim daka vevi mibe la parochet v'natan et haketoret ala eish lifnei Adonai v'chisa anan haketoret et hakaporet asher al haidud v'lo yamud ולקח מדם הפר ויזה באצבעו על פני הכפורת קדמה ולפני הכפורת יזה 7 פעמים מן הדם באצבעו ושחט את שעיר החטאת אשר לעם והביא את דמו אל מבית לפרוכת ועשה דמו כאשר עשה לדם הפר והיזה אותו על הכפורת ולפני הכפורת וכיפר על הקודש מטומאות בני ישראל ומפשעיהם לכל חטאותם וכן יעשה לאוהל מועד השוכן איתם בתוך טומאותם וכל אדם לא יהיה באוהל מועד בבואו לכפר בקודש עד צאתו וכיפר בעדו ובעד ביתו ובעד כל קהל ישראל. Amen. Na'amod. We call our Avelim, those in our community who've lost a loved one in the last year, to please come join us for the 4th Aliyah. And as you're making your way up, these are our Chesed chairs. There's a teaching that I love that comes from Rabbi Tzadok HaKohen of Lublin. And he said that there's 2 kinds of love in the world. There's Ahava Rabbah, which we say with Shema in the morning. This is the love of the morning when everything is beautiful and fresh and possible.
It's love, he says, that bursts into the consciousness with a consuming passion. That's Ahava Rabbah, the big love. And there's Ahavat Olam. This is love of the long night, during the periods of loneliness and grief and heartache. And this love is the sustaining and enduring love. You know, our Chesed team, Chesed translates as love. Our Chesed team's work is to help manifest the values of the community by loving each other. And that means by showing up in the bursts of mourning after a wedding or after a baby is born and helping people feel connected to community in those moments. And it also means showing up in the dark of night. And that's where so many of you have shown up again and again and again. And these are our Chesed chairs, our Chesed volunteers. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of people. And each one of you knows to show up in exactly the right moment in order to help bring the strength that is needed in that moment, whether that strength is in the form of food or companionship or conversation. I want to thank Shelley Altman and Julie Gumpert and Nancy Katz-Ellis. I want to thank Elizabeth Sager and Rhoda Weissman, who I don't see up here, and Lori Hall, and Deborah Harris and Rabbi Ed Harris, who just joined the community and already jumped in and are helping in such a beautiful way. And Rabbi Panitz, I wonder if you can say a word about the new Chesed initiative that we want to make sure that the community knows about.
We're so fortunate in this community to have not just countless clergy in our congregation, but also so many healers and therapists and chaplains and people whose hearts are sensitized to the work that Rabbi Brous was just mentioning. And so we are initiating a new aspect of our chesed work here at IKAR with this initial cohort of 5 leaders, Rabbi Ed Harris, Deborah Harris, Lori Hall, Rhoda Weissman, and Fran Chalin, each of which who are trained chaplains or healers in their own right. And over the course of the next year, if you are in need of that extra call or that loving attention or wanting someone by your side as you navigate a difficult situation or a grief that lingers, in addition to our clergy, full-time clergy here at IKAR, who will be reaching out and being by your side, we're so blessed to have the 5 of you who will additionally be making those calls and visits and showing up for this community in our times of need. So fortunate to have colleagues like you.
All right, so one of you can stay and the rest can feel free to grab a seat because we have so many people up here. For the 4th Aliyah, we're on page 280. It's Leviticus chapter 16, and there's plenty of room if you want to, I want everyone to make it off that ramp. So come on up. Okay.
Amen. V'yatsa el hamizbeach asher lifnei Adonai v'chiper alav v'lakach midam hapar u'midam hasa'ir v'natan al karnot hamizbeach saviv v'za alav min hadam be'etzba'o sheva pamim v'tiharo v'kitsho mitumot b'nei Yisrael v'chila mikaper et hakodesh v'ero hamoed v'er hamizbeach v'kriv et hasa'ir hechai v'samach Aaron et shtei yadav al rosh hasa'ir hachai v'ilvada alav et kol avonot b'nei Yisrael v'et kol pishehem lecho chatotam v'natan otam al rosh hasa'ir v'shilach biad ish iti hamidbara
ונשא השעיר עליו את כל עוונותם אל ארץ גזירה, ושילח את השעיר במדבר. ובא אהרון אל אוהל מועד, ופשט את בגדי הבד אשר לבש בבואו אל הקודש, וניחם שם. ורחץ את בשרו במים במקום קדוש, ולבש את בגדיו, ויצא, ועשה עולתו ואת עולת העם, וכיפר בעדו ובעד העם.
Amen. So there's been a lot of loss in the community in the last year. I'm going to call up our fifth aliyah and then speak to our folks who stand with broken hearts on this Yom Kippur. Nalamod omre birkat hagomel laliyah chamishit. I want to mention by name those who are standing here and give a chance if you're not here on this sheet, and you can share the name of your loved one as well. Anne Borer, whose mother Gloria died this year. Mike Rotenberg, whose mother Irene died. Beth Tige, who lost her mother Sarah. Paula Mazer, who lost both of her parents recently, Rose and Stan. Amy and Gideon and Goldie, who lost their beloved Scott, Amy's husband, and Gideon and Goldie's father. David Nevins, whose father Louis died. Gwen and Eileen, whose mother Marilyn died. Rebecca Weicker, whose mother Marilyn died. And Larry Trilling, whose father Stan died this year. Joe Schwartz, who lost his father Dan. And Jamie Mandelbaum, who lost his father David. Joel Snyder lost his father Gary, and also dear friend Micah. Marcy Gilbert, whose sister Ariel died this year, and Michael Torres, whose father Luis died. Kate Silverstein is here for Matt's mother Ruth, and Leah Hockman, whose mother Linda died. Marcy and Gary, because of Gary's mother Esther, and Eric Green, whose mother Gloria. And are there others whose names should be said? Do you want to say that?
My mother, Ruth Mailer.
And Gail Horowitz.
My mom, Evelyn Redlick.
And Evelyn Redlick.
My father,
Harrison Frank.
My father, Joe.
Joe.
Colin Kirk.
Colin Kirk. And Valerie Olive. And I will mention also that many people had an aliyah on Rosh Hashanah who also had a loss during the year. And it's a big group, and I want to share with you in particular to those whose loved ones died before their time. A teaching that comes from Moed Katan, from the Talmud. Rava says that in the end, that the length of one's life is dependent on nothing more than luck. It's an interesting thing for a spiritual leader to say, but he says, look, for example, at Rabbah and Rav Chisda. These are both two great rabbis. They both did everything they could to share Torah. They both lived with decency and with kindness. They both performed miracles for people. One of them lived to the age of 92 and one lived to 40. And he said, there's no other explanation for it. This isn't about goodness and evil. Nobody has it coming to them to die young. And I think that the awareness that it all hangs on a thread like that, as Rava says, it's dependent on mazal, it's dependent on luck, is what brings us into the headspace of Yom Kippur, maybe more than anything else. To know that some people are granted long lives and some people have their lives taken way too soon. Some people die peacefully and some people die stirred up and in tremendous pain. And what we can do is everything in our power to love each other with big and open hearts for as long as we possibly can. And when our loved ones go, to hold their memory with grace every single day. I bless you all that you're able to continue to teach and to learn and to live in the memories of your loved ones so that their spirits can reverberate in this world for many generations to come. We love you. Before we go to the fifth Aliyah, actually, we'll just turn down to the fifth Aliyah, page 281. If one of you wants to stay up here, we'll invite our next folks to come up. We're on verse 25. Baruch Adonai Amvarach Le'olam Va'ed. Amen.
Amen. Va'ed chalav ha'chatah yaktir hamizbecha והמשלח את השעיר לעזאזל יכבס בגדיו ורחץ את בשרו במים ואחרי כן יבוא למחנה ואת פר החטאת ואת שעיר החטאת אשר הובא את דמם לכפר בקודש יוציא אל מחוץ למחנה ושרפו באש את עורתם ובשרם ואת פרשם והשורף אותם יכבס בגדיו ורחץ את בשרו במים ואחרי כן יבוא אל המחנה והייתה לכם לחוקת עולם בחודש השביעי באסור לחודש תענו את נפשותיכם וכל מלאכה לא תעשו האזרח והגר הגר בתוככם כי ביום הזה יכפר עליכם לטהר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם לפני אדוני תטהרו.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu et torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tofenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. We're going to say Birkat HaGomel now, and I invite you to rise because each of these folks before you has been through a tumultuous or life-threatening experience, accidents and surgeries and other turmoil, and we want to honor and bless you and thank God that you are alive and standing before this community today. So we'll say Birkat HaGomel. You can find the words on page 283 on the bottom of the page so that we can respond to their blessing with our own. Amen. Mi yigmalchem kol tov, hu yigmalchem kol tov, Selah. And I think this is one of the most powerful rituals that we have, to name what Aviva Zornberg calls the almost, almost, almost. To just say out loud, thank God I'm here. To Dev and to Hillel, to Ricky and to Mike, to David, Annie, and to you, Barry. Thank God you're here, and we hold every day as a blessing. You can have a seat. We're going to turn now to the Mishaberach. The sixth. Nalamod Chavrei HaDirektorian L'Aliyah HaShishit. While our board is making their way up here, we're going to offer Mishaberach now. It's our prayer for healing, and I think you know how this goes at IKAR by now, hopefully. I'll start the blessing here, and if you're holding somebody in your heart who's in need of healing, physical healing, spiritual healing, please rise where you are or just wave, and we'll come over to you, and we're going to make our way around this room, and we invite you to tell us who you're holding and what your relationship is with that person so that we can collectively lift them up in the hopes that they find strength, and you do as you care for them in the days ahead. Misha Berach, Avotenu Avram Yitzchak, v'Yaakov, Sarah Rivka Leah, v'Rachel Yivarech, v'Yirpeh et HaCholim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yimele Rachamim Alehem Lachazikam Lerapotam V'Yishlach Lehem Meirafu Shem Alecha Rem Begdehem B'toch Sha'ar Cholei Yisrael Refuat Nefesh Refuat Haguf Yom Tov Hu Melisok Refuat Krava Levo Ashtabagazan Kari Venomar Amen. Refuat Shlema, our prayers for healing of body and spirit. Our sixth aliyah is on the bottom of 281. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
שבת שבתון היא לכם, וניתם את נפשותיכם חוקת עולם. וכיפר הכהן אשר ימשך אותו, ואשר ימלא את ידו לכהן תחת אביו, ולבש את בגדי הבד בגדי הקודש, וכיפר את מקדש הקודש ואת אוהל מועד, ואת המזבח יכפר, ועל הכהנים ועל כל עם הקהל יכפר. והייתה זאת לכם לחוקת עולם, לכפר על בני ישראל מכל חטאותם אחת בשנה, ויעש כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה.
So just another, very, very quickly, another teaching that comes from the Gemara. Rabban Gamliel, it is said, wanted to appoint 2 rabbis to positions of leadership, and these 2 rabbis were reluctant to accept the role. Like I think every one of you was when we asked you to join our board. And Rabban Gamliel said this to them: do you think I'm conferring rulership on you? No, I'm conferring service on you. This is avdut. This is service. And I want to thank all of you for serving our community with love and with care, with endless hours, with great expertise. And it is very much at the heart of our community that we have such a powerful and incredible board. That is such a good sounding board for every idea, that's able to look at every decision and make sure that it is wise, and that really helps us again and again return to what our core vision is and make sure that we're living it as fully as we possibly can. So thank you for reminding us, even in the hard times, to have fun in the work. Thank you for letting us always know that we're not alone in this work, and for helping us manifest the very best of who we strive to be in this world. Ethan Goldstein is our board chair, and this is Ethan's, he's finishing his last year as board chair now, and then Michelle Rosenthal is going to be taking over. And so these 2 especially, we spend many, many hours a week. You probably see me more than you see your kids, and same on this side. And I hope you know how deeply touched and grateful I am, and Melissa is, and our whole team is, for all that you bring. And just one more shout out to Lauren Buckman, because he's the chair of our capital campaign, and is basically part of our executive committee for that reason. And so we're just immensely grateful to you, and really to all of you. We thank you and we bless you. Oh, and can I share the news? Jeremy Rosenthal is stepping in as our incoming vice chair as soon as Michelle becomes our chair in January. And so mazel tov and thank you. We're so excited. We've got the best board ever. So thank you all, and Shana Tova. יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה, ויעמד דברי קריאתי והמליך מלכותי, בחייכון וביומכון ובחייך בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב יאמרו, אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם יום היה, יתברך וישבח ויפאר ותימן ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקדושה, ברכו לילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דעמי רן ביעלמה ויאמרו, amen. Now la'amod, please rise as our first Sefer Torah is lifted. Now la'amod, המגביה בגלל לספר ראשון.
וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל אבי אדוני ביד משה. איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום שנתן תורה ימו ישראל ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום שנתן תורה לעמו ישראל ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום ברוך הוא.
You can have a seat. Nalamod. Harav David ben Natan Yehudi lahamaftir. Our maftir aliyah is from the book of Numbers. We're on the bottom of 282, our last aliyah for this morning.
Baruch hu et Adonai Amvorach. Baruch Adonai Baruch Olam Va'ed. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Ata Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ve'asor lachodesh hashvi'i hazeh mikra kodesh yeh lachem v'initem et nafshotechem kol melacha lo ta'asu v'hikrabtem ola l'Adonai reach nichoach par ben bakar echad ayil echad כבשים בני שנה שבעה תמימים יהיו לכם ומנחתם סולת בלולה בשמן 3 עשרונים לפר 2 עשרונים לעיל האחד יסרון לכבש האחד ו7 הכבשים שעיר עזים אחד חטאת מלבד חטאת הכיפורים ועולת התמיד ומנחתה ונזקיהם.
Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tocheinu Baruch Ata Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Please rise. Nalamod Amavi Avagalala the Sefer Sheni.
וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה ישראל ישראל ואורייתא חדו ישראל ישראל ואורייתא חדו איי 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 תורה הללויה
you can all have a seat, and we are very thrilled to invite Tony Gittleson to come up and offer us a brief intro to the Haftarah that we're about to hear from the prophet Isaiah.
I already missed my mark. So, I have a confession, as this is a good day for those. I'm okay. All right. Yeah, I'm okay. So I was bar mitzvahed at a Reform synagogue in New York City, and this is actually the Torah I wore 50 years ago. Rayon, slippery. It didn't stay on then, and it probably won't stay on now. But candidly, I had no idea what I was doing. I memorized my aliyah. It was a short one. I said the blessings, and I sat down. And my very well-meaning mother, who's probably watching this now out there in Zoom land, sent out a fairly ornate invitation saying, please join us as our son is called to read his portion of the Haftarah. And even though her grandparents spoke Yiddish and I'm told were observant, I'm fairly sure she thought a Haftarah meant, well, frankly, I have no idea. Half a Torah, I wasn't too sure myself. It was on the invitation, it looked official. A week or so later, a notice appeared in the synagogue newsletter. Parents, your child is called up to read from the Torah, not the Haftarah. I, of course, was a little mortified, all of which is to say, Mom, I made it. I'm up here. I'm introducing the Haftarah on Yom Kippur. And the mayor of Los Angeles is sitting right there. For reasons unknown, the mayor of New York did not attend my bar mitzvah. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Fortunately, some 50 years later, thanks to places like IKAR and our truly brilliant rabbis, I have a much better understanding of what I did that day and what a Haftarah is, and more importantly, the work all of us are called upon to do. This Haftarah begins prophetically. Build up a highway, clear a road, remove all obstacles to the road of my people. This year especially, these words resonate with me. At IKAR and among our Minyan Tzedek organizing team, we have been keenly focused on the crisis of housing and homelessness. I know this is on all of your minds today as well. Of course, most of the story of the Torah is of a lost people trying to find their way home, spiritually and physically, for we were strangers in a strange land. I am proud to be part of a community that doesn't just study these ancient texts, but turns faith into bricks and mortar. We are, after all, builders. As you know, IKAR is committed to building 55 units of affordable housing for formerly unhoused seniors on our new campus. To do that, indeed, we will have to clear many obstacles from our path and build a new road, imagine a new way forward. And we've already done that, just as Rabbi Brous is talking about, by getting legislation passed in Sacramento, making parking far more affordable and manageable for our affordable housing complex and all religious congregations that want to build affordable housing, as well as many other housing measures that we're currently working on, including United to House LA. You can ask me about it, or we have information outside. Ask any of the Minyan Tzedek members team about it. So quite literally, collectively, we are moving giant obstacles from our path. Many obstacles remain. Getting our unhoused neighbors safely housed and keeping them housed is a complex process. The city, unfortunately, throws up many obstacles that need to be thoughtfully cleared from our way, and I think even our esteemed mayor would agree with that. I know this is things you work on every day of your administration, for which we appreciate. But they can be moved if we're committed to doing it. Later in the Haftarah, God warns of false or hollow confessions. We cry out, hey, we fasted all day, we davened, we're hungry, but still you didn't hear us. So what gives? And the answer comes just a few lines later. This is the fast I desire, to unlock fetters of wickedness and untie the cords of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free. It is to share your bread with the hungry, and to take the wretched poor into your home, when you see the naked to clothe them, and do not ignore your own flesh. And that is the challenge of this day, a day of deep contemplation, to be still, to explore our own souls, and to decide what we can do better. And then tomorrow, to rise up resolved and begin the hard work anew. Gemar Hatima Tova. Thank you.
page 284. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nviim tovim v'ratza v'divreihem hanemarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai abocher b'torah Moshe avdo v'Yisrael amo v'nviei hamed v'tzedek. Page 285. Kara v'garon al tachsoch kashofar harem kolecha ve'agel ami pisham loved Yaakov chatotam oti yom yom yidroshun v'dadracha yechpatzun kegoy asher tzedakasa u'mishpat Elohav lo azav yishalunu mishpatei tzedek v'hirvat Elohim yechpatzun lama tzamnu v'lo ra'ita Aninu nafshenu velo teda hen beyom samchem timtzu chefet vechol atvechem tingosu hen lariv umatzah tatsumu ulhakod begrof resha lo tatsumu chayom lashmiya bamarom kolchem achazeh yetzom evcharehu yom anot adam nafsho Halachof ke'agmon rosho v'sag va'efer yatzia halazeh tikratzon b'yom ratzon Adonai halozeh tomev charehu pateach chartzubot resha hater agudot muta v'shalach retutzim chovshim v'chomota tenateku Halo faros lara'ev lachmecha v'ani merudim tavivayid kitire aron v'chisito umibsarcha lo titalam azibaka kashachar orecha v'aruchatcha merat titzmach v'halach lefanecha tzidkecha kevod Adonai yasvecha az tikrav Adonai yaneh teshava v'yomar hineni im tasir mitochecha mota שלח אצבע ודבר אבן ותפק לרעב נפשך ונפש נא תשביע וזרח בחושך אורך ואפלתך כצהריים ונכח אדוני תמיד והשביע בתחתך נפשך ועצמותיך יחליט והיית כגן רבה וכמוצא מים אשר לא יחזבו מימיו ובנו ממך חורבות עולם מוסדי דור ודור תקומם וקורא לך גודר פרץ משובב נתיבות לשבת אם תשיב משבת רגלך סוד חפציך ביום קודשי וקראת לשבת עונג לקדוש אדוני מכובד וכיבדתו מעשות דרכיך ממצוא חפצך ודבר דבר אז תתענג על אדוני והרכבתיך על במותי הארץ ואכלתיך נחלת יעקב אביך כי פי אדוני דיבר. 287. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם צור כל העולמים צדיק בכל הדורות הנאמן אומר ועושה המדבר ומקיים שכל דבריו אמת וצדק נאמן אתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו ונאמנים דבריך ודבר אחד מדבריך חור לא ישוב ריקם כי המלך נאמן ורחמן אתה ברוך אתה אדוני אל הנאמן בכל דבריו רחם על ציון כי בית חיינו ולעלובת נפש תושיע במהרה בימינו ברוך אתה אדוני משמח ציון בבניה שמחנו אדוני אלוהינו באליהו הנביא עבדך ומלכו בית אבי משיחך במהרה יבוא ויגל ליבנו על כיסאו לא ישב זר ולא ינחלו עוד אחרים מכבודו כי בשם קודשך נשבעת לו שלא יכבה נרו לעולם ועד ברוך אתה אדוני מגן דוד על התורה ועל עבודה ועל הנביאים ביום הכיפורים הזה שנתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו למחילה ולסליחה וכפרה לכבוד ולתפארת על הכל אדוני אלוהינו אנחנו מודים לך ומברכים אותך יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד לעולם ועד ודברך אמת וקיים לעד ברוך אתה אדוני מלך מוחל וסולח לעוונותינו ולעוונות עמו בישראל ומעביר אשמותינו בכל שנה ושנה מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל ביום הכיפורים.
I am now very honored that we are going to invite up to offer a couple of blessings Senator Sidney Kamlager and Mayor Eric Garcetti. Please come join us. We first got to know Senator Sidney Kamlager. Oh, are we going? Who wants to go first? Okay, Senator Kamlager. We first got to know Senator Kamlager when she was first elected to the state assembly several years ago, and we reached out, as we do, to come in and talk about bail reform. And we weren't certain if you would even answer the call, but immediately you responded and said, yes, let's have a meeting. So our Minyan Tzedek team came in and met with Senator Kamlager, and immediately it was very clear that this is a person who shares our passion for racial and economic justice and is doing everything in her power in the areas of criminal justice reform, healthcare equity, environmental protections, affordable housing, some of the things that are really most important to people in our community, including the most transformative probation reform law in the country, and legislation requiring implicit bias training for healthcare professionals, and so much more good stuff. But I want to mention one piece in particular, if I can, Senator Kamlager, which is a legislation that you wrote this year, SB 679, that our community organizing team, as you can hear, Brooke and our team of amazing lay leaders here, really worked very hard to support, which will help us make great strides toward more affordable housing in LA County. And we're just deeply grateful to you for your public service and for your leadership, and thank you for joining us here today. I don't know if you knew it was going to be this long. Maybe you thought you were coming for an hour. We're just getting started. Welcome, and we'd be honored to have you offer a blessing this morning.
Thank you. I dream a world where man, no other man will scorn, where love will bless the earth and peace its paths adorn. I dream a world where all will know sweet freedom's way, where greed no longer saps the soul, nor avarice blights our day. A world I dream where black or white, whatever race you be, will share the bounties of the earth, and everyone is free. Where wretchedness will hang its head, and joy, like a pearl, attends the needs of all mankind. Of such I dream my world.
Mayor Garcetti will now come up in order to offer his own prayer. And, you know, in addition to all of the other things that you've been able to achieve in your tenure as mayor, one thing I really want to talk about is the way that you've transformed LA's environmental footprint. Being a voice for policies and a champion for policies that have helped us wean from our dependence on fossil fuels and reduce our dependence on imported water and so many other things. And what you've done here locally, you're also doing globally, really leading mayors from around the world to think about how we can be more responsible stewards of the earth. And it's a really tumultuous time, a time of intersecting crisis, a time of so much human suffering, and the earth itself, as Rabbi Panitz brought us on Erev Rosh Hashanah, is crying out for strong leadership from human beings who will stand and speak for the earth, and I'm so grateful to you. I also happen to know, because you're my friend and a person who I care deeply about how seriously you take this work, about how deeply you live your values, and about the way that you fight is really rooted in your core being. And I just bless you as you come to the end of this tenure during unprecedented times, difficult and challenging times, that you hold the gratitude that I and we have. And you know what? It's not perfect. It's never always perfect. You try being mayor, okay, folks? It's very, very hard, especially mayor of a major city. And yet every day you've walked with dignity and with integrity, with a really profound moral core. And when they say in the papers that we study Torah together, it's true. And every time we sit together with a text, your heart is wide open to see how our ancestors and our tradition can offer us guidance to help us through these very challenging times. And I am so grateful for your heart and for your leadership and for your love. I'm going to ask everyone to please rise. And Rabbi Garcetti, Mayor Garcetti, going to lead us in a little Yom Kippur prayer.
Thank you. I have a confession to make, Rabbi, that this is, in some ways, the scariest day of the year for me. Not only do we have to contend with our sin and our shortcomings, but my rabbi, Sharon Brous, always asked me to sing. And I'm not a singer. I mean, I was in choir in high school, and I like to karaoke as much as the next mayor, but I'm not a singer. It's not my instrument. I'm a pianist. And so whenever she calls, it's really scary and she doesn't give me easy songs either, and I never practice them. In fact, I was at the White House on Friday. It was the first time in this nation's history that the White House hasn't just had a Hanukkah ceremony, but a high holidays ceremony. And so I traveled to represent IKAR, basically, and sure, Rabbi was busy. Yeah, exactly. And then I get this text from Sharon, I'd like you to sing some Bob Dylan, the times there are changing. Well, great, you can't say no, but a quick story last night, one of the burdens of being the first elected Jewish mayor in the city of Los Angeles is that you have to go to a couple other synagogues sometime. So at the beginning of my time as mayor, I'd hit like 6 or 7 or 9 over the high holidays. And then over time, I wanted to have this experience that we have here and this community that has sustained all of us, including myself. And so it became 4 and then 3 and then 2. So I just went to only 1. And it was last night, and my apologies. And somebody next to me, after the service was done, who was a friend, his friend said, "Oh, the mayor, where does he usually go?" And he said, "IKAR." The person said, "IKAR," thinking maybe it was like a zero emissions vehicle or something. Like, what is IKAR? And he said, "No, it's this conservative place that's full of hippies." I felt very defensive about IKAR all of a sudden. I mean, I would say maybe authentic rather than conservative, and progressive rather than hippies. But I thought about it, and our music isn't really hippie music. It's much more, as you said, like Lion King. Maybe if Lion King had a baby with Peter Gabriel and some reggae stars. So anyway, so we do have a hippie song though, so it was a confirmation, and I'm sure there's a few of you out there. So look around and find a hippie near you, and let's sing "The Times They Are Changing." Do they have the lyrics, or am I singing this like on my own? Is this a cappella too? Oh my God, this is going to be really painful. I'm so sorry. Okay. It's only 5 verses, so be careful what you ask for in life. Should I just do these? One stanza and a chorus. Well, it's all the same. There's no chorus, actually. Okay. Come gather around, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, and you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are a-changing. Come writers and critics who prophesize with your pen, and keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. And don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin, and there's no telling who that it's naming. For the loser now will later to win, for the times they are a-changing. I can't choose, this one's a good one. Come senators, congressmen, please heed the call, and thank you, Senator. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall, for he that gets hurt will be he who has stalled. The battle outside raging will soon shake your windows and rattle your walls, for the times they are a-changing. Here's the closer. The line it is drawn, the curse it is cast. The slow one now will later be fast. The order is rapidly fading, fast as the present now will later be past. The order is rapidly phasing, and the first one now will later be the last, for the times they are changing. One more, and the times they are a changing. Thank you.
Okay, let's put this Torah away. Oh, wait, is Ella Harrington here? Do we have Ella? Okay, we're going to put our Torah away, page 296.
Yeah, hallelujah. Israel, Am Keravo, Hallelujah. Let David Mizmor, Adonai Elohim Noah, Terah, Ve'yoshmecha, ay, 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 ki hu yami, yesadat, Adonai Yehonaneha, Miyaleh,
Shine.
right, you can all have a seat. Everyone holding up okay? You doing all right? Okay, good. Day's flying by for me. It's just flying by. So a couple of quick announcements, and I want to invite Sam and Gerald to come forward, who you're going to hear from shortly. We're going to hear from a member of our community, and then the sermon, and then just to give you a quick sense of what the rest of the day looks like, we'll go into Musaf, and then after that, Yizkor. And Yizkor is scheduled to start right around 2 p.m. This is our memorial service. I really invite people to stay for Yizkor. We've said this every year, but there's a tradition, kind of a superstitious tradition, that if your parents are still alive, you shouldn't be in the room for Yizkor. And I fully respect that that's an important tradition for some people. If it's not for you and you're able to stay here, it feels to me the antithesis of everything that we try to teach about spiritual presence, especially for people in need, when there's a mass exodus right before Yizkor. So if you want to exodus, you do it during Musaf. You hear what I'm saying? Not during Yizkor. So you got time to think about if you can stay or not. And then we're going to have a break after Yizkor, and we will come back together. I'm told that Mincha is actually at 4:30, not 5 p.m. We're going to be meeting outside, and Mincha and Ne'ilah will be outside. Did you look in the sky last night? Not only I was so captivated by the moon that I didn't notice Jupiter and Saturn visible last night to the naked eye. So we're going to have Ne'ilah under the stars. I'm so excited about that. That starts at 6 p.m. And then the sun's going to set, and we're going to just sing and dance our way through the end of this day, and then we have a disco break fast afterwards. So I hope that you'll stick around. I'm incredibly grateful to our sponsors, to Steve and Jamie. Where are you? Thank you, Steve and Jamie, for your incredible support, to Roz and Abner Goldstein, and to Marta Kaufman, and to an anonymous donor who helped us really cover some of the basic expenses for this for these High Holy Days. It costs a lot to do this, even in this space, and there's so many rentals and staff and so much that it takes in order to make High Holy Days work. So I'm really grateful to all of you. And I'm going to now invite Sam Bempong and Gerald to come. Where are you? There you are. To come and share a couple of words. Then a little sermon I cooked up during the Haftorah today. Let's see how that goes.
Hi. Can you all hear me? I'm here to ask you for your money. I had a really cool speech. It was poetic and powerful, a little preachy, but I realized while editing, you're not here to listen to me preach. You're here to listen to Browse preach. My job today is to invite you to think about whether what IKAR does is something you want to support. That's it. The reason I was invited to ask you for your money was because I can personally attest to how noble this organization and the people that make it up truly are. I can tell you how your money makes a difference. Not in a general way, but in a very specific way. 10 years ago, I was working at IKAR. Every day, I would go into work and watch the powerhouses that are Melissa Balaban and Rabbi Brous nurture and grow this community that they dreamed into being. It was exhilarating and exhausting, and I loved it. Then it ended. I woke up one morning and couldn't move. I was rushed into surgery, took a leave of absence, fully expecting to return to work 6 weeks later. I never did. And what did IKAR do? Did they cut their losses and wish me well, as most employers would? No. They did exactly the opposite. When it became clear I could no longer work and would therefore lose my insurance, Rabbi Brous and Melissa went to the board. They didn't believe in a world where someone's health coverage is primarily linked to the condition that they are robust enough to work. So IKAR committed to covering the cost of my COBRA payments until my husband and I could figure out our next move. They saw the world as it was and as it could be, and then they reached out and bound one to the other so it could be a reality for me in the present. They do that every day. For you, for me, for thousands of others in millions of ways, small and large. If that's not worth investing in, I don't know what is. Their astonishing act of generosity changed the course of our lives. Gerald, my incredible partner, who had just found himself catapulted into the whole role of full-time caretaker and sole breadwinner, was able to remain in graduate school instead of dropping out to secure a job with spousal benefits. We were able to stay in our home instead of moving in with family or declaring bankruptcy, as many facing health crises do. Because no, IKAR didn't stop there. They also gave Gerald a job. Without making it feel like they were doing us a favor, which they were, they hired and trained him to do sound engineering for services. They didn't have to hire Gerald, but they needed to hire someone. So why not Gerald? That mindfulness, that rooting of every decision, even the seemingly inconsequential ones, back to the care and thoughtfulness of others, to the IKAR of the Torah. Their unwavering commitment to that literally kept my family afloat. I am here to attest to the fact that IKAR does not just walk a good talk, but they walk a damn righteous walk. So if you believe in Jewish communities in general, if you believe in this Jewish community in particular, if you support the idea of tikkun olam, of healing the rift of the world by doing good, then you cannot give to a better institution than this. I'm just going to say one last thing. Everybody can give something. This is coming from a girl who was once so uncomfortable during the ask that one year I dutifully took my sticker out when prompted and pretended to make a pledge. Oh, that's right, I faked it. I was so ashamed that I didn't have much to give that I mimicked putting a sticker on a piece of paper at shul on the holiest day of the year in front of the rabbi that helped save my life. So yeah, I get it. The ask is hard. It's raw, and not all of us feel like we can do it. But if you're here today, it's because you're getting something from this experience. So please, ask yourself what, if anything, you can give, and give it. For some of you, that might only be a few dollars. That's okay. For others, it might be a few thousand, and for others, who knows, maybe even more. But the idea is not how much you give. It's that you give. That you acknowledge through your own reciprocity the value of what you get from this community. So please, I invite you all to take out your pledge cards. They're in your little name pocket. And show up as generously as you can for the community that will always show up for you. Shana Tova.
I'm so humbled by these two. Sam, who went through just excruciating physical trials, and every single time when I called to check in, always found the silver lining, always found the blessing. Sometimes, more often than not, that blessing was Gerald. And I just want to give a shout out here to Gerald and to all the caregivers in our community, and I know that there are many of you who, because of love, show up again and again and again in really extraordinary ways. And I just bless and thank the two of you for being a true model of what love is and what healing can look like. And I ask God to continue to help you heal, Sam, in the days ahead. And may you both just shine with the beautiful light that comes from you. As Sam said, put your sticker on your cards. We're going to be coming around after the sermon to collect your cards, and also you can give them on the way out. Elad shared with me, we actually were able to raise a lot of money last night. It's wonderful, and I'm so grateful to my rabbi, Marcelo, for speaking so passionately and powerfully. And we still have a long way to go, actually. I think we have another, I think it's $450,000 that we have to raise today. This is just what we need in order to have our budget work. So please, if you didn't pledge last night and you're able to, we invite you to take your sticker and put it on the card. And even if you gave last night, but you feel like giving again, nobody's going to say no to that either. So, and we thank you. We're so grateful for your generosity. Okay. Does everyone need to stretch? Let's do a little stretch before the sermon. Why don't you stand up? It's a fast day. Yes. It's good. We did this on our Europe trip. We were stuck on the border between Slovakia and Hungary, and everyone was grumpy, and the bus ride was long, and we had to get out of the bus and wait for 12 or 13 hours, it was probably 30 minutes, and then we started stretching, and we all felt a lot better, so, okay. Good? You may be seated. In the early 2000s, a controversy erupted over a children's book called King and King. You might remember this story. There's a grumpy queen, and she's really eager for her perpetual bachelor son to finally get married. "Very well," he says, mother, with a sigh. "I must say, though, I've never cared much for princesses." After a string of failed first dates with lovely ladies from all across the land, our prince finally does fall in love and get married to the brother of one of his potential princess brides. There's no applause. No, what is that? Is it not IKAR? No. So I want to say gay marriage was already legal in Massachusetts when this book came out, but that did not stop parents there from launching what became a national protest against this book. They are trying to indoctrinate our children, they said. They're advancing a homosexual agenda in our public schools. Our kids were little at the time, but we did the only reasonable thing that we could do. We bought 50 copies of the book, and we gave them as birthday presents to every kid for the next 5 years. So I'll tell you why I'm thinking about King and King. Because there's been a dramatic surge in book bans across this country. 1,648 individual titles have been banned in the past year alone. School board meetings have become battlegrounds with seething parents who are amped up on the increasingly violent political rhetoric of our time, accusing teachers and librarians of grooming and pedophilia and distribution of pornography. They're threatening violence, and they're filing criminal complaints over books sitting on shelves and in children's hands. Now, I want to say that as Jews, we take books very seriously. It was in the Quran that we Jews were first called the people of the book, and we have embraced that designation with love and pride over the centuries. The central image of Yom Kippur, this day, is Sefer HaChaim, the book of life, the book that we're spending the entire day today praying that we'll be written into. Rabbi Jonathan Sachs writes about the astonishing relationship that Jews have with our holiest object, a book. He writes, "We stand in its presence as if it were a king. We dance with it as if it were a bride. And God forbid if it's desecrated or ruined beyond repair, we bury it as if it were a relative who died." When David and I got married, we registered not for kitchen appliances, but for books. And the biggest fight that we ever got into is when one of us argued that our books should be arranged by fiction, nonfiction, alphabetical, whereas the other argued by color. I won. Books matter a lot to us. I'm not even sure what I was looking for, but this summer, I began to read as many banned books as I could. And I approached every single one of them with genuine wonder. What could I learn from these texts so menacing, so frightful that they needed to be kept off the shelves. Of course, some of the most important and formative books that I've read in my life are on that list. Toni Morrison's Beloved and The Bluest Eye, Sandra Cisneros' House on Mango Street, the brilliant Homegoing by Yajiasi, along with, unbelievably, Anne Frank's Diary. Our family prepared for our trip to Poland in June with Art Spiegelman's graphic novel, Mouse, which was banned this past year by a school board in Tennessee that was particularly aggrieved by one image of a dead, partially naked mouse portraying Spiegelman's mother, a Holocaust survivor who died by suicide, and by his use of the word damn. Subsequently, school districts in Florida and Texas removed the book as well. I listened to I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, read by Maya Angelou herself. Even though this is considered one of the most important and influential pieces of American literature, school boards across the country are banning this book, decrying its anti-white messaging. This is not the first time that that book has been challenged. For 40 years, Angelou's words have been considered by some to be too vivid, too honest, too dangerous for children to encounter. I read Absolutely True, Diary of a Part-Time Indian, which broke my heart again and again, a story about a boy growing up in the Spokane Indian Reservation, navigating violence and poverty and racism and fighting to survive. It's poignant and it's funny and it's brave. It's been banned for profane language and anti-Christian content. George M. Johnson's book, All Boys Aren't Blue, I found to be beautiful and empathic and pained and joyful all at once. It's a memoir manifesto of a queer Black child. It's been banned in more than 12 states. School boards in Florida filed a criminal complaint with the Sheriff's Department against this book, calling it obscene and pornographic. In Wyoming, library employees were threatened with criminal charges for stocking any book with LGBTQ characters. And a mayor in Mississippi refused to release any money for the entire county library system until all books with LGBTQ characters were removed from the library. Heather McGee writes about how racism drains the pools, when after those desegregation mandates came down, many towns chose to shutter their public pools so that their white children would not have to share with Black children, even though that meant denying their own children a place to swim. This brand of self-injury is not new in America. Now, the stated rationale for these book bans is the need to protect our children's innocence, lest they encounter vulgar language, portrayals of violence, sex, and sexuality. Of course, it occurs to me that if you're worried about sex, there's another book that really needs to be on your radar. It's a classic. It has loads of explicit sexual content, more than any of the banned books that I read this summer. It starts off with a guy named Adam and a woman named Eve frolicking naked in public and not even being ashamed. Then Avram pretends that his hot wife is his sister twice, lending her to Pharaoh and Avimelech in order to save his own life. Sarah encourages her husband to sleep with their nanny. Lot offers his virgin daughters to an angry mob of sex offenders. Leah and Rachel, who are sisters, marry the same guy, and then they fight for the next several years over who's going to sleep with him each night. Jacob impregnates both of them and then has sex with their handmaids as well. Tamar dresses up as a prostitute and has sex with her father-in-law, and Potiphar's wife tries to seduce Joseph and then accuses him of attempted rape. And that's just in the book of Genesis. Wait until you see what happens with King David. Maybe they're worried about violence. How about a book in which Abel is murdered by his own brother, in which humanity is so violent and corrupt that God decides to drown every one of them, with the exception of Noah and his family, and start all over again? Dinah's brothers coerce an entire town of men into circumcising themselves, and then they attack and murder them all in their weakened state, and the brothers sell Joseph into slavery, and then they lie about it to their bereaved father. Again, that's just in the book of Genesis. So if what you're worried about is sex and violence, vulgarities and profanities, then really the Bible is the book that you need to ban. But of course, it never was about the naked mouse, was it? It never was about protecting the innocence of our children. And I'll tell you how I know this. Because the very same political leaders who will fly into a fit of rage over dangerous books will fight equally vigorously to defeat efforts that would actually protect our children, whether from guns in our schools, from poverty or hunger, from police violence, from sexual violence, from the stigmatization of mental illness. Instead of protecting our children from real threats, they will expend limitless energy trying to protect our children from reading narrative fiction about those threats. I talked to Julie Goler about this. Where are you? Where are you, Julie? Julie, hi. Julie's a beloved literature teacher and a dear IKAR member, and she pointed out that if what we really want is to protect our children, then shielding them from ideas is precisely the wrong thing to do. Great literature teaches kids difficult things, she said, things we'd rather not have our children experience on their own, but we want them to recognize as they struggle in the world writ large. Julie argues that when we encounter stories about racism and homophobia, about disability and about poverty and other struggles in books, we grow in sensitivity and in resiliency. So I want to ask, what's really driving this fervid effort to purge our shelves of the kind of smut that you might find in Pulitzer Prize-winning novels, memoirs, and the Bible? To get to the heart of this, I think we have to ask a more foundational question. What really is the point of great literature? Now, years ago, I heard Angie Thomas speak in a breakout session at the Obama Summit. Thomas is the author of a book called The Hate You Give. It's the story of Star Carter, who's a 16-year-old black girl who is the witness to, as a white officer, shoots and kills her unarmed best friend, another black high school student. Thomas shared that she learned from one of her teachers that books are either mirrors, windows, or sliding glass doors. I want mine, she said, to be all three. This formulation really helped me, and it helps us understand exactly what we and what our children lost when those 1,648 books were banned in this past year. They lost a mirror, an opportunity for self-understanding. Larry Weber, another brilliant teacher of literature and writing, who's also my brother-in-law and also here in this room somewhere, says that books are our clearest means of imagining ourselves. When we recognize our own struggles, I believe, in the pages of a book, we become a little bit less lonely. I know that that's happened to me, and I'm sure it has to you too. And that visibility, that connectivity can actually be a lifeline. This may not surprise you, but of the books that were banned in the past year, nearly all of them featured LGBTQ plus characters, protagonists who are BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, or both. I'm just going to say that again. Nearly every one of this 1,648 books banned in the last year featured queer people or people of color or both. When characters coming from underrepresented identities appear in literature, readers who share those identities are given a chance to see themselves, ourselves, in all of their beauty and vulnerability. Listen to what James Baldwin says about this. You think that your pain and your heartbreak are unprecedented in the history of the world. But then you read. It was books that taught me, he said, that the things that tormented me most were the very things that connected me with all of the people who were alive and who had ever been alive. Book bans deny us this mirror. They also take away a window. I love Barbara Kingsolver's explanation of how fiction works. She says, it lifts you away from your chair and stuffs you gently down inside someone else's point of view. A newspaper could tell you, for example, that 100 people died today, and you could think to yourself, oh, how very sad. and then turn the page. But a novel can take just one of those 100 lives and show you exactly how it felt to be that person rising from bed that morning, watching the desert light on the tile of her doorway and on the curve of her daughter's cheek. You could taste that person's breakfast and love her family and sort through her worries as your own and know that a death in that household will be the end of the only life that someone will ever have. As important as yours, as important as mine. So literature compels us to imagine not only ourselves, but each other. It opens our hearts to ache for and to empathize with each other, to identify with each other's struggle. That's the window. And perhaps the greatest loss when a book is banned is the sliding door. This is when a story somehow changes us. It compels us to exit the closed ecosystem that we've been inhabiting and to walk differently through the world. In 1862, there was a short story that was published in Britain about a small boy who dies while working as a chimney sweep. And that story so deeply touched people's hearts that it fueled a national movement to end child labor. That's sliding door literature. What happens to your view of healthcare or income inequality when you fall in love with a boy growing up on the reservation without access to proper dental care? Or when you read about Star Carter's experience with police violence, or a young Maya Angelou witnessing the humiliation of her proud and proper mama by racist white children. These stories don't just hurt our hearts, they challenge us to work to eradicate the unjust conditions that fuel the human suffering all around us. That's because stories cultivate empathy. They help us see ourselves, they help us see each other, and they change the way that we live. As King Salva writes, art is the antidote that can call us back from the edge of numbness, restoring the ability to feel for one another. So if literature is fundamentally a conduit for empathy, then it stands to reason that book bans are an active attempt to block empathy. And then we must ask, who benefits in a society in which people cannot feel for one another? On our IKAR Europe trip this summer, we visited the Bevelplatz. It's a large piazza in the heart of Berlin. This is a plaza that's surrounded by magnificent buildings, the Opera House, a cathedral, the university, all symbols of German culture and sophistication. It was on that site in May of 1933 that tens of thousands of people gathered as the Nazi German Student Association burned 20,000 books in a bonfire. And there were simultaneous book burnings that took place across dozens of German cities. 100,000 books were burned that day. The targeted books were written by some of the great thinkers of Europe, many of them Jews, Karl Marx and Rosa Luxemburg, Sigmund Freud, and Bertolt Brecht. Their work was seen as evidence of an un-German spirit, symbols of decadence and moral decay. This was 8 years before the final solution. This was 9 years before the liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto. But it was a harbinger of what was to come. And the memorial that stands on that site today is haunting. It's a subterranean, empty library. And it's engraved with a warning from Heinrich Heine, which was written a century before the Nazis rose to power. He writes, "Where they burn books, they will also burn people." It may have seemed over this past year that the fevered pitch around books is some kind of grassroots organic movement of parent activists who are spontaneously and coincidentally waking up to the dangers lurking in their children's syllabi. But it is important that we know that this is no grassroots movement. Book bans rarely are. This is a coordinated effort to suppress the cultivation of empathy, and it is led by a small and well-funded group of far-right organizations in our country. These groups are animated by the ascendant white supremacist conspiracy theory known as the Great Replacement. The night that the white nationalists marched in Charlottesville in 2017, remember? Chanting, "Jews will not replace us." I remember watching in astonishment while the news anchors reported that they were saying, "You will not replace us," even though I knew that I heard what I heard, and so did you. And like many of you, I wondered that night, what do the Jews have to do with this? I don't want to replace you. Well, we spent the next several years learning precisely what the Jews have to do with this, and thanks to the groundbreaking work of my friend Eric Ward and others, we have learned the centrality of anti-Semitism in white nationalist ideology. Now, it's possible that that Jewish question was so perplexing and was so personal that it overshadowed the bigger question, which is, why are you so afraid of being replaced? The Great Replacement posits that white people are being replaced by immigrants, by black people, by Muslims and other people of color, and of course, Jews are the puppet masters who are responsible for orchestrating it all. This idea lived on the fringes for years. Today, it's increasingly mainstream and it is increasingly violent, stoking terrorist attacks in America and abroad over the course of the last several years. Those who submit to this thinking see their world order, white, Christian, heterosexual, cisgendered, patriarchal, as fragile and endangered. They don't simply fear that they're going to be replaced by a new workforce. Their jobs will go to migrants, for example. They worry that their identity will be replaced. Their dominance, their hegemony. There's a war on Christianity, they say. There's a war on the nuclear family, a war on free speech, a war on the police, a war on masculinity. They say there's a war on red meat. They lean on the rhetoric of war because they believe that their way of life is under attack. And it seems that they believe that in war, victory goes to those who coarsen their hearts to the enemy. Remember, the very essence of good literature is that it renders another's heart visible to us. Art humanizes the other. This is an incredible threat to the simplicity of a worldview that relies on the dehumanization of the other. Expansive, empathic thinking poses a mortal threat to the supremacists' dark ambition for this country. And so on this Yom Kippur, I must bring before the committee that banned Mouse and genderqueer and the kite runner my proposal for the Bible to be banned once and for all. Not this time for its sexual and violent content, because I don't really believe that you care very much about that. Clearly, not because I'm averse to religion, because, look, some Bible banners before me have been. But because I am certain that if what you really want is to protect your children from cultivating empathy toward those on the margins, those who struggle and suffer under the weight of oppression, this text is not only unsavory, it's downright dangerous. The very premise of this book is that all human beings, every single one of us, is created in God's own image. And every single person, therefore, deserves to be treated with dignity and love. That our diversity, not our uniformity, is a testament to the greatness of God. That God hears the cries of the oppressed and acts to overturn empires until liberation is achieved. That the work of redemption is not yet done and will not be done until all are able to enter the promised land. What book could be more dangerous than this book? This book is a mirror. Look at the prophet Jonah, who we're going to read this afternoon. This reluctant prophet, desperately trying to flee the call to become himself. This guy is petty and he's small, even when the world is clearly demanding of him big things. Malbim, a 19th century Ukrainian rabbi, essentially suggests that Jonah is suffering from preacher's kid syndrome. He just wants to be left alone so he can forge his own path. Who cannot relate to that? This book is a window. I want to remind you of why we blow shofar on these holy days. In the Song of Deborah, which is considered one of the oldest biblical texts, we read the story of Sisera. He was a Canaanite commander, and he ruthlessly oppressed the Israelite people for 20 years. And then, through courage and ingenuity, the Jews are finally able to defeat Sisera, and we expect to read a story of great celebration. They are free at last. But instead, the point of view in this book shifts to our enemy's mother. She's gazing out the window, awaiting her son's return from war, with a dread in her heart that every parent can relate to. Why is his chariot so long in coming, she asks in desperation. Our tradition teaches that Sisera's mother's cries, when she realizes that she will never again see her son, are simulated in the blasts of the shofar that we sound on these holy days. Yes, this is what I'm saying to you. The most iconic Jewish sound is an echo of our enemy's mother wailing after we defeat him. It kind of makes you think, right? Of course, this book is also a sliding door, doggedly demanding that our own experiences of heartache and oppression and humiliation leave us with a mandate to grow in empathy toward those who are most vulnerable. V'ger lo tilchatz v'atem yadatem et nefesh hager. You shall not oppress the stranger. You know the soul of the stranger. This is the dominant thread throughout the Torah, and it reconnects us repeatedly to our people's most foundational moment, not of power, but of powerlessness when we were enslaved in Egypt, so that we feel a kinship, a solidarity with those who continue to suffer with powerlessness today. But then look at Isaiah, who we read just a few moments ago. Sorry, folks, he says, but your sacred kinship is simply not enough. What I need is for you to build a just society. I need you to care for the poor and the widow and the orphan. I need you to feed the hungry and protect the vulnerable. Your gestures of religiosity and your expressions of solidarity and sympathy mean absolutely nothing to you if your heartache does not translate into moral action. I don't just want empathy, he says. I want transformational empathy. Walk through that door. If you're going to ban Beloved, then surely you must ban the Bible, for this may be the most dangerous book of all. And by the way, these culture warriors, these protectors of empire, they know exactly how dangerous this book is. Generations ago, they did ban portions of the Bible, but only from the hands of the oppressed. They excised the most dangerous parts of our story from what was called the slave Bible. They were fearful that enslaved people would find fuel for their righteous struggle for liberation in the Israelites' journey for freedom. And when Nat Turner was captured after inspiring a rebellion of enslaved people in 1831, in his hands was his dog-eared Bible, a constant companion and source of spiritual strength. Well, from that point on, enslaved people were forbidden from even reading the Bible without a white censor in the room with them. The ruling class has always understood the power and the danger of this book. This is not to pretend that the Bible is some kind of benign, saccharine, feel-good text. I know what it means to be in relationship with a book that breaks your heart. And sometimes Torah breaks mine. And even still, even when this text evidences a painful lack of sensitivity to the nature of power and violence and the human heart, our response is not to ban the text, not to erase it, but instead to wrestle with it, to talk about it, to struggle with it, to translate it, to interpret it, and to find meaning in it even still. In 1995, Toni Morrison gave an address at Howard University called Racism and Fascism. And she said the following: let us be reminded that before there is a final solution, there must be a first solution, and then a second one, and even a third one. The move toward a final solution is not a jump. It takes one step, and then another, and then another. Maybe you're a little bit surprised that I'm using this platform on this day to talk about book bannings. I hope you understand why I see this as so essential and urgent for us. I am not a Holocaust alarmist, as you know well. But willful negligence is the only way that we can ignore the echoes of our past in our present. In the spring, a legislator in the Tennessee State House offered and ultimately passed a bill that would require public school librarians to submit all book titles for approval. That lawmaker was asked, what will we do with the books that have to be removed from the shelves? I would burn them, he said. This is America 2022. This book banning craze is not a phase, it's not a political ploy before the midterm elections. It's a hint of where we are headed. It is an admonition. There is a dangerous movement that is gripping our nation and gripping the world, a movement that has the strong force of precedent behind it. But this movement can succeed only if we go numb. So aside from doing everything we possibly can to keep those who hold this dangerous ideology out of positions of power, it is obvious what we must do in the days ahead. The greatest response to a movement that depends on calloused hearts is to make our hearts even more tender toward one another. If art is the antidote to numbness, then we must read and we must write, we must wonder, we must learn, we must create art. And when we do, we will find not only access to one another's world, but a greater understanding of our own as well. I learned that from a book I love, the most dangerous and the most wonderful book of all, V'ahavtem et hager, ki gerim ha'yitem be'eretz Mitzrayim. Open your heart with love, even to the other. For once, long ago in Egypt, you too were a stranger. Shana Tova, I pray that we're all written into the book of life.
Save my life. Every night You take my pain away. Lift me high when I die. You make me want to cry. You make me feel alive. You bring me round when I'm down. You take my breath away. Lift my eyes through blue skies. You make me want to cry. Make me feel alive.
We're going to turn now to the Musaf service, found on page 298. This is a little bit like, you're running the 5K, the cross-country race, 3.1 mile race, and you get to that point 1, and it's hard, and you push yourself, but it's rewarding. So I invite you to rise in any way you're able, page 298. The Chatzi Kaddish leading into a few moments of quiet contemplation, the Musaf Amida, 298. Silent Amidah begins on page 300. And if you have the honor card to open the ark for the beginning of the repetition of the Amidah, I invite you to come forward and stand next to the ark. 300. The repetition of the Amidah begins on page 313. The ark is opened.
כי אתה שומע תפילת עמך ישראל, ברחמים ברוך אתה. שומע תפילה. הגדול, הגיבור והנורא, אל עליון, גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו. מסוד חכמים ונבונים ומלמד דעת מבינים הבטחתי בתפילה ובתחנונים לכלות ולכונן בני מלך מלא רחמים אוכל וסולח לעוונים זוכרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים וכותבנו בספר החיים וכותבנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים מלך עוזר הושיע ומוגן ברוך אתה אדוני מוגן אברהם אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני מחי מתים אתה רב יושיע מוריד הטל מחוקר חיים בחסד מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים סומך נופלים ורופא חולים ומתיר אסורים ומקיים אמונתו נשעני עפר, ניחמוך בגבורות, ומדום אלעד, מלך ממיט ומחיה, ומצמיח ישועה. ניחמוך אב הרחמים, זוכר יצוריו, לחיים ברחמים, ונאמנת על החיות מתים. ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים.
You can take a seat for a moment. When I picture them dressed in all white, I see Jewish summer camp and Friday evening setting sun. I see kids and young adults waking up to the wonder of Jewish living. I see myself, eyes closed, praying so earnestly on a wobbly bench, learning how to believe in what is but isn't seen. When I see us today dressed in white, I see a community stretching themselves into the unknown. I see people who care, who want Jewish expression to be revolutionary, life-affirming, and world-changing. I see a community embracing our traditions, daring guidance, to take a day for practicing death, to encounter on Yom Kippur the fragility of life, the spirituality of not knowing what tomorrow will bring. When I see them dressed in white, standing there under the chuppah, I feel that love is magnetic, that in the space between the gaze of soulmates is a force that can heal what's broken in our world. I see a dress or a kittel or a talis, these garments of love and hope. And for the past year, alongside our Chevra Kadisha, our volunteer group who helps prepare the deceased for burial, when I see them dressed in white, I see the final garments we all eventually wear. The simple white shrouds, so carefully placed on the loved and lifeless body before us. And I wonder, what's the thread that connects these moments? The white Shabbat clothing and wedding dress, the white garments of Yom Kippur, and the white linens of our final rest. How could it be that love and death dress the same? But of course they do. Of course they wear the same clothing, because they're made from the same material. Anyone who has ever grieved knows that when we mourn deeply, it's because we've loved deeply, that they mirror each other. One is not possible without the other. Today is the day we try to see that clearly, to step into the knowledge with honesty that someday we'll be wrapped in these garments. And please God, let them be woven from threads of love, stitched together by our wonder and gratitude for all the other moments we dressed in white. Unetana Tokef is found on page 315. We rise as the ark is opened.
ובכן לך לקדושה כי אתה אלוהינו מלך מוחל וסולח. ונטל לתוקף קדושת היום, גיהון נורא ביום, נבוא תנשא מלכותך, תשכון בחסד כיסך, ותשב עליו אמת, אמת כתדנו וככתבת. כל אדם בו ושופר גדול ייתקע, וכל דממה דקה יישמע. נו מלאכים יחפזון, וכילור ידה יחזון, ויאמרו הנה יום הדין, יפקוד על צבא מרום בדין, כי לא יזכו בעיניך הדין, וכל באי עולם יעברון לפניך, כי בני מרון אבקרה השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון, בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. כמה יעברון וכמה יבריון, מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי בקיצו ומי לא בקיצו, מי באש ומי במים, מי בחרב ומי בחיה, מי ברב ומי בצמא. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון, בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. מי ברש ומי במגפה, מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה, בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון, בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. מי ינוח מי ינוע, מי שקט ומי יתערב, מי שלב ומי יתייסר, מי עני ומי ישר, מי ישפל ומי ירום. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון, בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. תשובה
תשובה
ותפילה
ותפילה
וצדקה
וצדקה
מעבירין את רוע גזירה קשה לכעוס ונוח לרצות כי לא תחפוש במות המת כי מישהו בדרכו וחיה ויד יום מותו תחכה לו אם ישוב מיד תקבלו אמת האמת כי אתה יוצרם ואתה יודע יצרם כי הם בשר ודם ואין קצבה לשנותיך ואין קייס לאורך ימיך ואין שיעור למרגבות כבודיך אין פירוש לעילום שמך אי שמך נועלך ויתה נועל ישמך ושמנו איי 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 אתה בשמך עשה למען שמך וקדש את שמך מקדישי שמך בעבור קרע שמך הנערץ והנקדש.
Page 317.
נעריץ חי כסוד שיח שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש דרי מעלה עם דרי מטה ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא זה אל זה ויאמר
קדוש קדוש אדוני צבאות מלוך הארץ כבודו
קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוך הארץ כבודו כבודו מלא עולם נשאת שור נגזר לזה מלא עולם נשאת שור נגזר לזה מקום כבודו Baruch Yameru Baruch Kevod Adonai Mimkomo Mimkomo Ulifei Berachamim Veyavona An Yachadin Shelo Erev Haboker Bechol Yom Tamim Whoa! ישמיענו ברחמיו שנית לעיני כל חי, להיות לכם לאלוהים.
אני אדוני אלוהיכם.
אני אדוני אלוהיכם, עתיד אדירנו, אדוני אדוננו, מדיר שמך בכל הארץ, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ. ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהי ציון, לדור ודור,
הללויה.
לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, לנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושבחך אלוהינו, והקפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד.
Page 318 in the middle, you can take a seat.
חמול על מעשיך ותשמח במעשיך ויאמרו לך חסך בצדקך עמוסך תוקדש אדון על כל מעשיך, כי מקדישך, בקדושתך קידשת, נאה לקדוש, פאר מקדושים, כולנו אהבת איתן אדוננו, ובביננה קדיש בתמדיננו, ובזכות אתם יוצא יום לצדק דיננו, כי קדוש היום לאדוננו בין מניץ יושר, ולמגיד פשע תגיד ליעקב דבר חוק ומשפט, וצדקנו במשפט המלך המשפט.
I'm going to turn to page 321, just a few lines down on the top.
תוזכר לבניך ותמנוך על כל בייחוד ככתוב על יד נביאך והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד ובכן תן ברכתך אדוני אלוהינו על כל מעשיך ומתך על כל מה שבראת ויראוך כל המעשים ישתחוו לפניך כל הברואים ויעשו כולם אגודה אחת לעשות רצונך בלב שלם כמו שידענו על אלוהינו שהשלטון לפניך עוז בידיך וגבורה בימינך בשמך נורא על כל מה שבראת ובכן תן כבוד אדוני לעמך תהילה ליראך בתקווה לדורשך וביטחון בעלם יחלים לך שמחה לארצך וששון ליראך לפניך כרם לדוד עבדך ויריחת ללבן אישה משיחך במהרה בימינו וכן צדיקים יראו וישמחו וישרים יעלוזו וחסדים בידינה יגילו ועולת תקפוץ פיה וכל ערים שכולה כעשן תכלה כי תעביר ממשלת זדון מן הארץ.
So I remember learning years ago at B'nai Jeshurun about a teaching from Rabbi Marshall Meyer, who's the teacher of my teachers. And he used to say that the Jewish people were the descendants of King David, who wrote the most transcendent music, the most transcendent poetry, expression of love and pain. And we have a hard time finding our way in the Siddur. We have a hard time even figuring out how to lift up our hearts. And I took that as both a very powerful assertion of the truth and a challenge to try to build pathways, so we could translate the power of the tradition into the present. There's a line that comes from 1 Samuel that says that whenever Shaul would get really upset, in the really dark moments, it says, "V'lakach David et hakinor v'nigen biyado." He would take out his lyre and he would just start to play his instrument. And when he did, Shaul would find relief and he would start to feel better. This was before he wanted to kill him, I think. But I'm so struck by that image, the image of David, who had the power to transform someone's spirit through the music that he would sing. And I love it so much. And I feel like in a way, that's the very heart of what we're trying to do in this place, right? And we come to this moment. We come to the moment of Vayetayu, which comes right before Aleinu, when we're going to be, fully on the ground, submitting to the higher power, right before Yizkor, when if we're awake, there will be tears in our eyes and a knot in the throat. And here, we're going to be off the ground. And so, how exactly does that work? And our tradition says it's because someone like David has the skill to lift up the spirits. I think Hillel clearly is a descendant of that tradition. I remember reading from Adam Grant a few years ago about this idea of collective effervescence, that we actually feed off of each other's energy. So I'm going to offer that it's Hillel, and it's Ross, and Gary, and Jenny, and Rabbi Miriam, and Akiva, and Hannah, and Sammy, and Rabbi Panitz, and Sean. And it's also all of us. It's every person in this room. Collective effervescence is when there's a kind of energy and a harmony that happens in a room together, and every single person is a part of it. It's a kind of spiritual synchronicity that happens that reminds us that our humanity is actually connected to each other, and that each one of us has the power to lift up the rest of us as we affirm the very best in every one of us. So I hope you're ready. I'm inviting us to turn now to page 322. Please rise as the ark is open for Vayetayu.
ויתיו כל עובדיך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויברכו שם כבודיך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויגידו ויים צדקך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
תעשה לכל ראש.
ויתנו לך כתר מלוכה.
יתברכו בחיל פניך.
ויתנו לך כתר מלוכה. ויתנו לך כתר
Hallelujah. Kadosh ata benora shemecha, v'yein Eloha mibaladecha. Kakatuv vayikba Adonai tzvot b'mishpat, ve'el hakadosh nikdash mishtaka. Baruch ata Adonai. Amelech, Amelech חרתנו מכל העמים, אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו ורוממתנו מכל הלשונות, וקידשתנו במצוותיך וקרבתנו מלכנו לעבודתך, בשמך גדול וקדוש לנו קראת, ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו לאהבת יום הזיכרון הזה, יום תרועה מקרא קודש, זכר ליציאת מצרים.
With love you have bestowed on us, God, this Yom Kippur for pardon, for forgiveness, that all our sins may be forgiven. A sacred time recalling the Exodus from Egypt. 324. All right. Woo! Well, talk about whiplash. Rabbi Kasher said last night we oscillate between these spiritual consciousnesses. We were on the beach for Tashlich, many of us together. And we ended up at Lifeguard Station 28 instead of 26, where we usually go. And it's the spot where we also meet up to mark and honor and to love up Ruby and Hart and their memory. And I was thinking about this Rumi quote about sandcastles, and I went home and found it. And he says, "Only the supremely brave ever admit how helpless they are in the hands of God. As for the others building and decorating their sandcastles, look how one wild wave shatters them all." We're going to step into Aleinu now. And I invite every single person here who's physically able to prostrate fully to the ground. This is how we show the deepest humility and reverence, the deepest acknowledgement that our lives are just sandcastles, that every moment is precious, that every moment is vulnerable to the next wave. And we awaken to the fact that ultimately, as much as we try, we can't control everything. So that when we rise, and we will rise, we appreciate it differently. Prayer, ultimately, I learned from one of my teachers years ago, is about stopping trying to control life and remembering instead that we belong to life. This is our moment to hold on to the mystery. And when we stand up, as always, I invite you to look to your left and to your right, in front of you and behind you, angels all around us, and to give a hand to your neighbor who might need a little bit of help standing up again. And then we put our arms up in the air as a sign of life and vitality and victory, yes, but also as a sign of our spiritual mobility. If you're not able to go down to the ground but want to participate in this ritual, I just invite you with your spirit to move there too, even just lifting a hand. Every one of us is a part of this moment, both in the humility and in the mystery and also in the mastery. So I invite you to please turn to Aleinu, page 325. You can spread out around the room. There's some room up here and in the front. You'll find yourself a little bit of room on the floor.
Aleinu l'shabeya l'adon hakol l'teit gedula niyoseh bereshit Elosanu kegoye aratzon, Elosamanu kemishpechot ha'adama, Elosam chelkeinu kaem, Megoralenu, ככל המונם ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים. לפני מלך מלכי המלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא. שונות השמיים ויוסד הארץ, כמו שפיקדו בשמיים על שכינתו בגבי מרומים, ואלוהינו אין אודם מלכנו ופסולתו, ככתוב בתורתו, ידעת יום השבות אל לבבך, כי אדוני אלוהים בשמיים ממעל ולארץ מתחתנו.
We're on the bottom of page 325, Ochila Leo.
נחילה לו אל החלפנה ושלה ממנו מנה לשון איי אשר בקלם השירה וזו הביע דננות בד מפעליו איי באדם חלב ומי אדוני מנה לשון אדוני שפתי תפתח ופיגיד תהילתך יהיו לרצוני בנתיב יגון ליבי לפניך אדוני צורי וגואלני.
You can have a seat if you'd like as we move into this next service, though standing is also good, even at this time of day. Will I spend 25 hours fasting and praying and praying and praying and then feel exactly the same at the end? Can I even change? Will they forgive me? Can I forgive myself? Will any of this work? The uncertainty and the anxiety of Yom Kippur is epitomized here. It is real. And it's something that we're going to enter into right now in the Avodah, the part of our day where we recount the temple service performed by the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, 2,000 plus years ago. The Kohen Gadol whose success was literally a matter of life and death for the entire people. So they waited. They held their breath to see, would he even emerge alive from the Holy of Holies? Please, God, let me be forgiven. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. That's how you made us. Please, let him emerge. Where is he? We're going to step together into the power of this holiest moment on the holiest day, into this uncertainty, first through a song by Israeli artist Ishai Ribo, who transforms the liturgy to take us inside the mind of the Kohen Gadol. First, we will become that high priest, and really into our own minds, reckoning with the weight of this day. And then the chanting of Chazan Hillel and our team will draw us into the intensity of the temple, not necessarily embodying the experience of the high priest anymore, but of that congregation waiting with bated breath. If you are willing, I invite you to close your eyes and let the music transport and immerse you. נכנס למקום שנכנס ועמד במקום שעמד
and stood in the place he stood.
רחץ ידיו רגליו טבל
Washed his
עליו
hands and feet,
ונסתפר
immersed and came up.
בא ממקום שהוא בא
Came from the place he came
והלך למקום שהלך
and went to the place he went.
פשט
Stripped
בגדי
off
החול,
his clothes
לבש בגדי
and dressed
לבן
in white.
וכך היה
And so
אומר,
he'd say,
אנא השם,
Please,
כפר
God,
לחטאים, לעוונות
forgive the sins which
ולפשעים,
I sinned
שחטאתי לפניך, אני
before you,
וביתי.
I and my household.
ואם אדם היה יכול
And if
לזכור
one could
את
recall
הפגמים, את החסרונות, את כל הפשעים,
all the flaws,
את כל העוונות,
all the shortcomings,
בטח כך היה
surely
מונה
he counts
אחת, אחת
one
ואחת,
and
אחת
one and
ושתיים,
two,
אחת ושלוש,
one and three,
אחת וארבע,
one and four,
אחת וחמש,
one and five.
ישר היה
And right
מתייאש,
away
כי
he'd
לא
despair,
יכול היה לשאת את המרירות אחרי,
unable to bear
את הבושה, את
shame,
הפספוס,
missed
את
opportunity,
העשה.
the loss. Then the priests
והכהנים
and the people
העומדים
standing in the
בעזרה,
courtyard,
שהיו
when they
שומעים
heard the
את שם
name,
השם
the
המפורש
true name
יוצא
from the mouth
מפי
of the priest,
כהן גדול היו קוראים
they'd bow,
משתחווים
prostrate
ונופלים על
themselves, falling on their face.
פניהם ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד. וכך היה
So he'd
אומר,
say,
אנא השם,
Please, God,
כפר לחטאים, לעוונות
forgive me.
ולפשעים, שחטאתי לפניך, אני וביתי.
I and my household.
ואם אדם היה יכול
And if
לזכור
one could
את
recall
החסדים,
all the
את
loving
הטובות,
kindness,
את כל הרחמים,
all the compassion,
את כל הישועות,
all the redemption,
בטח כך היה
surely he
מונה
counts
אחת,
one
אחת
and
ואחת,
one
אחת
and
ושתיים, אחת מאלף,
one of
אלפי
1,000
אלפים,
thousands of
ורוב
thousands
רבבות,
of wondrous
ניסים נפלאות
miracles
שעשית
that you've done for
עמנו,
us
ימים ולילות.
day and night.
והכהנים
And the priests
והעם
and the people
העומדים
standing in the
בעזרה,
courtyard,
שהיו
when
שומעים
they heard the
את
name,
שם השם המפורש
true name,
יוצא מפי כהן גדול היו קוראים משתחווים ונופלים על
falling on their face.
פניהם. ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד. אשרי העם שככה לו, אשרי העם שהשם אלוהיו, אשרי העם שככה לו,
אשרי העם שהשם אלוהיו, אשרי העם שכך עליו, אשרי העם שהשם אלוהיו, אשרי העם שכך עליו, אשרי העם שהשם אלוהיו, אשרי העם שכך עליו, אשרי העם שהשם אלוהיו,
כחסר הניתן לפניך הכהן והכהנים והעם העומדים בעזרה שהיו שומעים את שם השם המפורש יוצא מפי כהן גדול היו קוראים משתחווים ונופלים על פניהם ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד. Turn to the second confession, page 331.
We're going to skip now to page 346 for the Shema Kolenu. If you have the honor card to come open the ark for this prayer, which we ask God to hear and listen to our prayers, please come forward. We rise on page 346.
Ma koleinu Adonai Eloheinu, kus verachem aleinu, vekabel berachamim uveratzon et tfilateinu. Ashiveinu Adonai elecha v'nashova, chadesh yameinu kekedem. אל תשליכנו מלפניך, ברוח קודשך אל תיקח ממנו. אל תשליכנו לעת זקנה, ככלות כוחנו, אל תעזבנו. אל תעזבנו, אדוני אלוהינו, אל תרחק ממנו.
turn to 347.
Eloheinu v'levoteinu selach lanu mechalanu kapelanu ki anu amecha v'yata Eloheinu anu amecha v'yata
Avinu anu avdecha v'yata Adonenu anu keholecha v'yata chelkeinu anu nachatecha v'yata goraleinu anu zonecha v'yata roeinu anu charmecha v'yata notreinu anu kehutecha v'yata yotreinu anu raitecha v'yata doleinu anu sibutecha v'yata kerobeinu anu amecha v'yata malkeinu anu mamirecha v'yata mamireinu ay 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 ay
anu amecha v'yata malkeinu anu mamirecha v'yata mamireinu.
Who's going to help you do better? Who are you going to turn to this year when you feel yourself slipping or reverting back to those behaviors that we all swore off? Find someone, please. Pick someone. Tell someone you need them. Their accountability, their presence, their love. No one said we have to go at this alone. Sponsorship isn't just for recovery. I know that so much of prayer is inward movement. It's personal reflection, and it's tempting to see this journey as some sort of courageous solo act, but it's not. We go inward in part to see that we were never alone. We are always traveling together. I think that's why we frame our prayers in the first person plural, because here's the implication. If we have abused, betrayed, stolen, ashamnu, bagadnu, gazalnu, can't the healing come from the same place? Isn't tshuva also an act of collective courage? Ein chavush matir atzmo mibet ha'asurim. A prisoner cannot free himself from prison, so lend me your hand, and I'll lend you mine. We don't need to climb out ourselves. Vidui on the bottom of 347.
Nanu azefani miatarachum b'chanu nanu kesheyoref yatarech apayim nanu melei avon v'yata malei rachamim nanu yameinu kisel over v'yata ushnotecha lo yitamu. Eloheinu levoteinu tavo levanecha tefilatenu ve'al titala mituchinatenu she'en anachnu azei panim ukshei orep lamar lefanecha Adonai Eloheinu Elohei avotenu tzadikim anachnu velo chatanu aval anachnu chatanu ay 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 Ashamnu, bagadnu, gazalnu, dibarnu dofi, ay 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 Evinu, Ishanu, Zadnu, Hamasnu, Tapalnu sheker, ay 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 Yasnura, Kizabnu, Lafnu, שררנו, נבינו, פרשנו, שררנו, השינו עורף. רשנו, שכחנו, יבנו, טעינו, תיתנו. שרנו מזבח המשבח הטובים ולא שווה לנו ואת הצדיק על כל הבא עלינו כי אמת עשית ואנחנו השענו.
351.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך באונס וברצון ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך באימוץ הלב. על חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביצר הרע ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביודעים ולא יודעים ועל כולם אלוה סליחות סלח לנו מחלנו כפר לנו. חטא שחטאנו לפניך בחרש וכזב ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בחפת שוחד. על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעיניים רמות ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעזות מצח ועל כולם אלוה סליחות סלח לנו מחלנו כפר לנו. על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בפריקת עול ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בפלילות. על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתשומת יד ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתימון לבב ועל כולם אלוה סליחות סלח לנו מחלנו כפר לנו ועל כולם אלוה סליחות סלח לנו מחלנו סלח לנו מחלנו כפר לנו.
355.
רצה אדוני אלוהינו ממך ישוע בתפילתם מהשבת עבודה בביתך ותפילתם באהבה תקבל ברצון ותהי לרצון תמיד עבודת ישראל עמך ותחזן עינינו משחל ציון ברחמים. ברוך אתה אדוני המחז שכינתו לציון מודים אנחנו לך שאתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו הטוב כאילו חלל רחמך והמנחם תלותם וחסדיך מעולם קיווינו לך ועל כולם יתברך ותרומם שמך מלכנו תמיד לעולם מועד אבינו מלכנו זכור רחמך ופוש כסך וכלי דבר וחרב הרע ושבי ומשחית ביבון ושמד ומגפה ופגע רע וכל מחלה וכל תקלה וכל תקלה וכל מיני פורענויות וכל גזירה רעה ושנאת חינם מעלינו ומעל כל בני בריתך וכתב לחיים טובים כל בני בריתך בכל החיים יוחסלה יעלו את שמך באמת האל ישועתנו ועזרתנו סלע ברוך אתה אדוני הטוב שמך ולכון ולהודות אלוהינו ולאבותינו ברכנו בברכה המשולשת בתורה כתובה על ידי משה עבדך אמורה מפי אהרון ובניו כהנים ממתושך כאמור יברכך אדוני ישמרך יראה אדוני פניו אליך ויחונך יישא אדוני פניו אליך וישם לך שלום
כן יהי רצון
שים שלום טובה וברכה בעולם חן וחסד ורחמים עלינו ויעל כל ישראל עמך ויעל כל ישראל עמך ברכנו אבינו כולנו כאחד ברכנו אבינו כולנו כאחד בניך כי באור פניך נתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו תורת חיים ויעבד חסד ויעבד חסד וצדקה וברכה ורחמים וחיים וצדקה בשלומך, איי 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 איי,
We're going to turn to Hayom on page 358. We're syncing up with our friends outside, and we will start Yizkor in just a few moments as we finish these last couple of prayers. We're actually 3 minutes ahead of them, I'm told, so look at that.
Hayom, 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 hayom תאמצנו, אמן. hayom, 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 hayom תברכנו, אמן. hayom, 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 hayום, hayom, 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 hayום, hayom, תדרשנו לטובה, אמן. hayom, 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 תבדלנו לחיים טובים, אמן. hayom, 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 תקבל ברחמים, היום וברצון את תפילתנו, אמן. היום, 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 תשמע שוועתנו, אמן. היום, 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 תתנחם במצקך, היום הזה תבינו ששים ושמחים בבניין שלם, ככתוב על ינביאך, להביא עם אל הר קודשי. ברוך אתה אדוני, נושא השלום. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבו, אמן. ויעלמה דברי חירתי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכון יום יחון, וחיי בכל בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב, ויאמרו אמן. ישמי רבו מבורך, ויעלם ויום יומיה יתברך. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתהלל ויתהלל השם מלך ושם נהלה נהלה לברכתה ושירתה תשבחתה ונחמתה דמירה ועולמה ואימרו אמן. תתקבל צלותון ותונך ישראל Namaro Vishmaya Imeru Amen Yeshlamara Babin Shemaya Vechaim Aleinu Ve'akol Yisrael Ve'everu Amen Ose Shalom B'Roma V'Ose Shalom Aleinu Ve'akol Yisrael
Have a seat. We're going to begin Yizkor in just a moment, and we'll transition our energy right now. Yizkor is short, beautiful, painful moment. And my hope is that every person in this room who's holding a loved one who's died in your heart will get to say that name out loud to one of us in a few moments as we make our way around the space. So I'm going to just invite us into Nigun for a moment as we prepare our hearts. To take I hope you got a Yizkor book on your way in, and I'm so grateful to everyone who submitted stories and photographs of your loved ones so that we could help hold memory in this space together. We're inviting folks from the outside to come in, so that's the reason for the transition moment. But we can sit in quiet together for a moment. Okay. This is how I started my eulogy for Charlie Knoxon. When he died on New Year's Eve, just as we entered the year 2020, when he was 20 years old. Charlie strove to make sense of the world. He read voraciously, he sought understanding. He never wanted to lose his faculties, even when going under anesthesia for surgery. Charlie wanted to make sense of things, but the refrain of the last few days has only been, none of this makes any sense. Because this time we've reached the outer limits of human understanding. There are medical and technical explanations of what happened up on that mountain, But there are no existential answers, no theological answers. There is no sense. And when there's no sense, there remains only deep and profound sadness and love, all-encompassing, death-defying, universe-bending love. Well, that was nearly 3 years ago, and I have watched in the course of that time how you, Christopher, and how Genji have fought to hold that profound sadness, that all-encompassing, death-defying, universe-bending love. How you've wept and loved and written and made art, trying to find everyday presence in the absence. Today, as we go into Yizkor, I invite Christopher Noxon to come up and help us hold memory as he shares a word of how he is holding his beloved Charlie, now and forever.
Dear Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear us? I think maybe you can, or at least the chances of you listening are better today, here with all of us together dressed in white, tender of mind, gathered to pray and sing and face the thing that we normally avoid, the thing that took you away from us. Also, this place. It was so important to you, this exact spot. Really, it was in that other gym, the one around the corner. That was where you stood in your fancy suit and became a bar mitzvah, doing what felt like 2 hours of Hebrew trope and that incredible Devar Torah about the value of apologies and why you said sorry all the time, and maybe given how things are going down here, maybe God needs to be the one doing the apologizing. Yasher koach to that. Other things I remember from that time was you storming out of the family dinner the night before, wrecked with nerves and pissed off at your dumb and demanding parents, individuating your heart out. All of us bunched up under the canopy, seeing family and friends and community, feeling that blessing deep in our bodies and souls. And then the party at Yamashiro's, you wolfing down plate after plate of sushi with your Limudim buddies, and then me kicking out those 2 random party crashers, and then all of us dancing to God Help Us Gangnam Style. The whole thing was joyful and extravagant and sweet and spiked with annoyance and boredom and altogether precious. And that's like your life. And when I think about that, I'm okay. It's okay. Charlie Noxon had a bright and beautiful life. But it is impossible to separate your death from that story. It's okay. You made a sudden and senseless exit, and we miss you so much. And really, Charlie, why did you go? Maybe that's the reason that you kept saying sorry. It's not like we can just concentrate on the sweet memories of you and avoid the fact that your death hurts, because it hurts too much, especially today. We have to face it. Today, we're called to be here for it. And so today, here's what I want to say about that. I want you back. I hate that you're gone. The pain of it is excruciating and cannot be gotten over. There's no moving on. There's no letting you go. But also, your exit cracked me open. Everything feels more vivid now, more intense, more emotional, more fragile. I see the tightrope under our wobbly feet. I feel the void down below. Before you died, I flinched and avoided people who were experiencing tragedy or profound loss. And now those are my people. I want to move towards them. I want to be with them because I recognize that they are all of us. I've learned something about presence, about trying not to solve or fix things, but just to show up and face it together. Because all we need, all I needed, all that I can be offered really is just to be with. In the end, that's what we've got, withness. And your leaving made this real and unavoidable. Death is coming for everyone I love, and for me, and for everyone in this room, and no one can say when. Your death was like the slam of a door that shattered whatever protection I had against this fact. And so I'm a lot less safe now. I'm more nervous. I get irritated more often. I'm scared to travel. I know the ground may not hold, that the balance might shift, things go sideways fast. I've seen it. But I'm also more often now overtaken by that thing that Heschel called radical awe. At the light coming through the windows in the morning, at the sound of a song, at the touch of a loved one, I cry a lot more. It's all just so joyful and extravagant and sweet and precious, and it'll all be gone before we know it. Grief is what we get as people who love. Loss is love. And I love you so much, Charlie. I don't understand why you left. But I thank you for loving us while you were here and for teaching us now that you're gone. Yashakoa.
Thank you, Christopher. I invite you to please rise, and we'll turn to page 290.
Lenegdi tami לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי אף בשרי ישכון לבטח אף בשרי ישכון לבטח.
So I'm going to invite people to remain standing if you have a name of a person or people who you want to share today. And otherwise you can have a seat, and once somebody's come around to your area, feel free to have a seat. You can read quietly the prayers that are on page 291, the next couple of pages. And I invite you to share not only the names, but also, like we do for Misha Berach, if you would, share your relationship with the people who you're holding in memory at this time.
Eli, shelo yigamer leolam, hachol ve'ayam, rishus shel hamayim, berak hashamayim, tfilat ha'adam, hachol ve'hayam, rishu shel hamayim, berak hashamayim, tfilat ha'adam, Eli, Eli, shelo yigalam, hachol be'hayam, rishush shel hayam, berak hashamayim, berak hashamayim, tiflat hadam. Hamalach hagoel oti, hamalach hagoel oti, die, die, die. Da die, 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 la da die, da die, da die, die, da die, da die, da 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 da, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Hamalach hagoeloti, Hamalach hagoeloti, Yevarechet haneyarim, Vaikare bahem shemi. Hamalach hagoeloti, Hamalach hagoeloti mikorav, Yevarechet hanearim, Vaikare vahem shemi. V'shem avotai, v'shem avotai, Avraham ve'Yitzchak, ve'yigdul harov, ve'yigdul harov, bekerev haaretz. V'shem avotai, v'shem avotai, Avraham ve'Yitzchak, ve'yigdul harov, ve'yigdul harov, bekerev haaretz.
I invite everyone to please rise for El Malei Rachamim, page 293.
El Malei Rachamim Shochein Bameramim Amsei Menucha Nechona Kedoshim uteorim kezoar harakim ונשמות כל אלה שהזכרנו היום לברכה שהלכו לעולמם בגן עדן תהי מנוחתם. אנא בעל הרחמים אז תראה בסתר כנפיך מעולמים לצרור החיים את נשמותיהם אדוני ונחלתם וינוחו בשלום על משכבותיהם ונאמר
Gwen and Eileen coming up to read Psalm 23. Gwen and Eileen lost their beloved mother Marilyn just almost 2 months ago. Psalm 23 is on page 293.
Adonai ro'i lo echzar, bino desha yarbitzeni, el me menucho inachaleni. Nafshi yashovev yancheni b'magle tzedek leman shemo. Gam ki elech b'geit salmavet lo irara ki ata imadi. Shiftecha umishantecha hema yanachamuni. Ta'aroch lefanai shulchan neget zorarai, dishanta b'shemen roshi kosi revaya. Ach tov v'chesed yerdefuni kol yamei chayai, v'shafti b'veit Adonai leorech yamim.
Adonai is my shepherd, I shall not want. God gives me repose in green meadows and guides me over calm waters. God will revive my spirit and direct me on the right path, for that is God's way. Though I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no harm, for you are at my side. Your staff and your rod comfort me. You prepare a banquet for me in the presence of my foes. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and kindness shall be my portion all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Adonai in the fullness of time.
We turn to page 294 for Kaddish Yatom, holding all of our loved ones who have died in our hearts, with prayers that their memories should always continue to not only be a blessing, but to reverberate closely in this world for generations to come. Yikadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah, v'yamat v'yivra kirutei v'yamlich malchutei, v'chayechon u'v'yamechon u'v'chayei techol beit Yisrael, ba'agala u'v'zman kariv v'imru amen. Yehi shmei Rabbah mevorach le'olam ha'yomaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yitadar v'yitala v'yitalal shmei tekusha b'rechu. Le'ela le'ela mikol birchata v'shirata. Tushbechata v'nechemata. Ta'amiran be'oma v'imru amen.
Yehi shlama rabba mishmaya. L'chaim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imru amen.
Oseh shalom imromav. U'yaseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imru amen. We're going to open the Aron to return the Sifrei Torah. close the ark. Thank you all. I'm going to share with you what our options are for the next couple of hours and then send you off to rest or learn or talk, chat, walk. Between 3 and 4, we're going to have a number of sessions going on. Rabbi Kasher is teaching a text study that will be upstairs on the 3rd floor in the Beit Midrash. There's a silent meditation and sound bath that's led by Dev Brous and Yael Shafir, which will be in the Wildfire Classroom, which is right on the other side of this theater. So you can just walk up the ramp and to the left. Rabbi Barbara Zaki and Dr. Barry Goldstein are having a grief circle. So if folks want to go there straight from here, that's going to be in room 309 on the top floor. You can either get there with the elevator or take the stairs inside or outside. Jenny Weston Newman is going to be leading yoga on our turf upstairs. There's Tai Chi on the patio with Jack Neff. And Mark Landsman is leading a mindfulness meditation upstairs in room 303. And the men's circle is also meeting upstairs in room 308. So that was a lot. If you need help, I can share with you afterwards. But most importantly, thank you for staying and for opening your hearts and for sharing with one another, for holding and letting yourselves be held. Zichronam livracha, may all of our loved ones' memories be blessings in this world. We'll take a break and we'll meet again at 4:30 for mincha outside.